Yeah, they have a third.
Politically, yeah, that's.
Good morning, everyone. The time is 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Hopefully everyone is here and good to go. Thank you. The inquiry, as we all know, relates to the appeal made against the decision of Charnwood Borough Council to refuse an application for up to 170 dwellings at land to the east of Cossington Road in Sileby. This is day 4 of the inquiry, and the usual housekeeping matters before we get going. Please ensure mobile phones and other devices are switched to silent, please. And unless you're speaking, please switch off your microphone and video unless you're one of the barristers or participants in a session. We plan to have 2 sessions this morning up to about 1 o'clock, and then a session after if needed, aiming to have a sort of an hour's lunch break and a sort of 30-minute break in late morning if needed. Just to recap on where we've been so far in this inquiry, we've heard from interested parties. We've had question and answer sessions on highways, flooding and ecology matters, held roundtable discussions on education matters as well as conditions and obligations. We've heard from the council's landscape witness, and there was the accompanied site visit on the 29th of March last week. And today the intention is to hear from the appellant's landscape witness, Mr. Cook, who I can see on screen, and I hope, Mr. Cook, you're feeling better than you were.
Better than I was, sir, but I'm still got a persistent cough, I'm afraid. So I shall try not to cough.
Okay, well, if you have to, you have to. It's not. It's fine. I'm glad to see you're here. Thank you. Before we turn to Mr. Cook, just a few procedural matters. Are there any interested parties who wish to speak who haven't already done so or indicated that they wish to do so? If so, please let me know. Just to confirm, for the benefit of everybody, about following the accompanied site visit on the 29th of March, just to confirm what I did next. I took the train from Sileby to Syston and back again, so saw the site in both directions on the train, and parked in the car park at King Street. So I also got to see the car parking in the centre of Sileby. I then drove to Barrow-upon-Soar and saw the area of landscape separation on the north side of Sileby. I then visited the Nan Pantan Road site near Loughborough, which I know was referred to during Mr. Higson's evidence. So I've seen that site. I then drove back to Sileby, looked at the Memorial Park and the various facilities within the park. I then went and looked at viewpoints 9 to 12 over on the east side of Sileby. And then finally, I observed the end of school at Cossington Primary School at 3:15, either side of 3:15, and then looked at the road conditions between Cossington up to Mount Sorrel Lane Junction and the north side of Sileby. I did that until about 4:15. So just thought it's for everyone's benefit to know what I did and where I went. So hopefully I've seen everything I need to see now. Anything else anybody wants to say on the site visit? Anything else that's come out of last week? No. Okay. Then just to turn to documents, I've received a parameters plan from the appellants, a local setting plan from the council, and a measured distances plan from the council as well. I've received slightly amended versions of those last two plans to show the correct site boundary. But just to confirm that the parameters plan's been logged as ID 9, the local setting plan's been logged as ID 10, and the measured distances plan has been logged as ID 11. Can I just check with Mr. Richards, the council's view on the parameters plan? Is the council content? Any concerns or issues with that plan? No, I can't hear you, Mr. Richards, although it doesn't appear you're on mute. Can you? I'm not sure if you speak or we can hear you. Unfortunately, can't hear you.
Is that now correct?
Yes, that's good.
Very good. Sorry, sir. Thank you. It was a mistaken setting on my computer.
That's okay.
Except that I can't now hear you, so I need to go back into settings and see what I've changed for the speakers. Could somebody say something?
Yes, sorry, I should carry on talking, shouldn't I? Sorry.
No, that's all right. But in changing the microphone to the correct microphone, I inadvertently changed the speaker setting as well.
Okay.
But I think we can now hear it. The answer to your question is yes, we are content. It's although it's described as a parameters plan, it's not a parameters plan in EIA reg sense. It's simply a plan that identifies the area of land which is going to be for built form and the area of land which is going to be for green infrastructure.
Okay. But you're happy for me to have regard to it and potentially include it as an approved plan?
Yes, yeah, in the condition that's been drafted that requires general accordance with that plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Anybody else? I'm conscious Councillor Jones saw a copy of the plan, but on the site visit. But anybody else? Any comments on that parameters plan? Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Tucker? You want to say on that plan, or?
No, not at all. So we'll no doubt revisit the issue of conditions towards the back end of the inquiry. And given that we've now got an area which is intended to be free from built development, whether it's necessary to have a general accordance with the illustrative master plan type condition, or whether it should be no built development within the area hatched green on the parameters plan, which may be more conventional if we're looking at a parameters plan of this nature. Content with either, sir, but it's maybe a point to think about and come back to.
Okay, yes, we can certainly do that if needed. Thank you. Okay, well, there's nothing else to say on those plans and those additional documents. Just to say, I received a note from the County Council on the 25th of March clarifying school data, and then I had a further clarification provided on the 1st of April following a query I had. And I think for simplicity's sake, I'm happy that we just have the 1st of April response as an inquiry document, because it's just composite of everything. So that would be added as ID 12. There was a separate letter, I think, between the County Council and the DFE that was provided as a separate PDF. I mean, that can be added as ID 12A or 12.1, or however the council wish to do that. And then on the 1st of April, I also received a response from the appellant, from Mr. Hunter, and happy for that to be added as inquiry document 13 if everyone's content. Is there anything more we wish to say on the matter of education, either now or later in the inquiry? Anything, Mr. Tucker?
No, so I think evidentially we're in the position where I can now deal with the point in closing submissions, and you've got our complete case in relation to matters. I don't know if anybody is here from the County Council, but in any event, I'll resist the temptation to make comments about the two notes and simply say we've addressed them and that we'll comment in closing.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure, I can't see anybody from the County Council in the call. I don't know if Mr. Richards has anything to say on the Borough Council's behalf.
No, sir.
Okay, fine. Well, I have nothing further I wish to add or seek at this stage on education, so I'm happy if it's left as it is, and as Mr. Tucker suggests, dealt with it in closing submissions. Thank you. And then just an update from the council, please, Mr. Richards, on the clarification about outdoor sports projects and allotments. Anything to update me on?
Yes, sir. I was told at 9 o'clock this morning that we have just received the information we sought from the relevant officer.
Okay.
And that's going to be sent across to everybody today. And it does include the information you want and a list of nominated projects, including the parish council will be pleased to hear the memorial part.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll look out for that, and then if we need to discuss anything in that document, we'll make time. Thank you. Nothing else on that from anyone, but I don't know if there's any update on the Section 106 progress. I don't know if Mr. Tucker.
No, sir, we don't have any further update. What I'll do, sir, is during the mid-morning break, seek further instructions to see whether there's been any update. I suspect it may be awaiting the information that my learned friends just intimated we're going to be provided with, but I'll seek instructions on that.
Okay.
Yes, to be fair, we think that's the reason that you haven't had anything further too.
Okay. Fine, that makes sense, but I thought I'd just check. But before we adjourn today, I think if we just know where we're at with the 106 and what we're going to have in the final week of the inquiry, then I think that's the main thing. Thank you. Anything else from anybody? Any outstanding documents or queries? Anything else from Mr. Richards?
Just a couple of update points, sir. I was also told at 9 o'clock this morning that the Humble Lane application, which you know is subject to a resolution to grant, is going back to committee because an issue has arisen over the site area required for the new school as part of that development. Right. The County Council have apparently raised an issue that is going to mean that it needs to go back to committee for a mention. We can provide further details to the appellants should they wish it, so that the matter can be ventilated adequately at when the planning witnesses come to give their evidence. But otherwise, I just mention that point now because you heard last time suggestions that it might need to go back to committee for other reasons.
Okay. Do we know when that might be going back to committee, or?
We don't, but I can find out.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there was another point.
Yeah, the only other point is I've been told that on or about the 29th of April, which you will know is the last scheduled sitting date for this inquiry, there may be an update published on the 5-year housing land supply. I think principally as a result of work being done for the emerging local plan. But my information is that it is not, so far as the current 5-year housing land supply position, i.e. before the new local plan is adopted, it is not going to materially alter matters.
Okay.
We've got, at the moment, you're proceeding on the basis that there's a 3.34 year supply, something of that order of magnitude, and I'm told that is unlikely to change.
Okay.
And therefore, the approach I would suggest is that we don't tell you anything about any update unless the parties think it's material enough for you to be told about it.
Okay.
But just so you know, and the appellant knows, there is that in the offing.
Okay. I remember from a couple of weeks ago you saying that you didn't expect it was going to change before the local plan is adopted.
Yeah. No, and that's very much still the position.
Okay, but if that obviously is, if there's something material, obviously then obviously do let me know. Thank you, Mr. Rich. Is there anything else from the council?
No, those are the only two things on my housekeeping list.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. Do you have anything you wish to say, or anything from the appellant side, or anything in response to what Mr. Richards has just said?
Just to respond to my learned friend's last 2 points in reverse order. First of all, we're only 14 minutes into the inquiry, and my learned friend has already made my heart sink and then leap again. Initially I thought we were going to be told that we're going to have a 5-year housing land supply resumption at some later point. So I'm delighted to hear that it's not going to materially alter anything. What might be useful is if it's going to be published on the 29th, it might be useful for us to have sight of it in draft, in confidence, a couple of days before, so that we can agree behind the scenes. It makes no difference. And I simply raised that with my learned friend, just so that we're not adjourning on the 29th to allow us to read a document and then to give our agreement based upon reading the document at the 11th hour. So I just raised that as a logistics issue. On Humble Lane, self-evidently, if it doesn't go back to committee before you make a determination, so it makes no difference to the outcome of the case, apart from you noting it's going back to committee. You appreciate the issue of valued landscape we've ventilated in week 1, and it will be a matter for my learned friend as to whether that's a matter raised, particularly with regards to the northern parts of the site in the light of his re-examination of his witness within that report to committee or not. But if we see it before, then self-evidently we'll make comment upon it, hopefully before the 29th, if that was the case, rather than after the close of the inquiry. So holding pattern in relation to both of those points, sir. Okay,
thank you. Understood. Mr. Richards, anything you want to say just in response to the particular first point?
No, point noted. And we will continue to cooperate behind the scenes with the appellants.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything from anybody else? Any other procedural matters from anybody before we move to Mr. Cook?
Yes, sir. Can I raise one if I may? And it's really with regard to Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook is feeling a great deal better, I'm delighted to say, otherwise he wouldn't be sat there. He does, however, have a persistent cough, and it may be, sir, that we need to be quite rigorous in terms of mid-morning breaks. And I've intimated to Mr. Cook that if he does need to just pause and go and get a drink of water and stop talking for a few moments, then he should indicate that to you, sir. And then in terms of his he is to receive a phone call from his general practitioner at some stage during the course of the day. It may be after we finished, or it may be in a break. But if it occurs during the course of the day, sir, then apologies in advance. But Mr. Cook would like to take that call just with regard to continuation of medication related to the fact he's got COVID. And it does rather show the value of the virtual environment that we've chosen to hold this inquiry in.
Yes.
So I'll just raise those for logistically.
Yes, of course, and I'm happy to take adjournments as needed, Mr. Cook.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I haven't got COVID. I've got a secondary chest infection from COVID. I'm COVID clear now, but still uncomfortable.
I'm sure. Yes, I can imagine. No, please just indicate if you need to take breaks more regularly than might otherwise be the case. Fine. Mr. Richards.
Yeah, just two things. Yeah, if Mr. Cook indicates to me that he needs to stop, then, or to you, then of course I will do so. And the second point is, I will not exceed my time estimate, which I think was up to 2 hours.
Okay.
You've had the benefit of the accompanied site visit now, which is slightly unusual, and therefore you will have had an opportunity to assess on the ground where some of the differences between the two witnesses. I know you've read all the material. That's perfectly clear from the questions and the proceedings in week 1, and I shall conduct my cross-examination cognizant of those matters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards. Okay, if there's nothing else then from anybody, then Mr. Tucker, when you're ready, please begin your evidence in chief with Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir. So you should have from Mr. Cook a main proof of evidence with appendices, a rebuttal proof of evidence, and a summary proof of evidence. So my learned friend was good enough to send at a ridiculously early hour of the morning a list of documentation that he intends to refer to. He beat me to it in terms of making reference, and I've got no additional documents over and above that I intend to refer to. So I'm also going to take the approach that I'm not going to invite Mr. Cook to read out his summary. I've just got a few additional points which we should hopefully deal with in the next 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook, can I ask you to turn to page 1 of your proof of evidence, please? Are you Andy Cook?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography? As a BA Honours degree? Do you have a Master's degree in Landscape Design? Are you a Chartered Landscape Institute, a Chartered member of the Landscape Institute, a Chartered Environmentalist, a member of the Institute of Environmental Management Assessment? Are you one of the founding executive directors of Pegasus, which was established 20 years ago, remarkably? And you then tell us a little bit more about the company at 1.2. Do you tell us a little bit about your own personal background at 1.3, including your experience at application stage and inquiry stage in a variety of different guises over the course of your practice?
That's all correct. We're in our 19th year as a practice now, not 20th, but fast approaching. So can you hear me all right? Because my voice is a little bit quieter, so I don't cough as much. Can you hear? Is it clear enough?
Yes, that's okay. I can hear you. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. You tell us, Mr. Cook, you're based in Cirencester. You tell us that you lead a team of landscape architects who act in accordance with your institute's code of standards. Ordinarily, I'd ask the witness to read out their statement of truth, but I'm just going to ask you to say yes or no in relation to 1.5. You tell us that your proof is based upon your own professional judgment and is presented in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, the content of which you tell us is true to the best of your knowledge and belief and is presented irrespective of by whom you are instructed. Is that still correct, Mr. Cook?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Could I then ask you a series of points under a series of headings? The start of the headings being the nature of the proposal itself, and it may be quite handy for you to get out the master plan, which I have in a variety of different locations. I'm actually looking at it in the rebuttal proof evidence, but you may have it elsewhere.
I have that. I have that.
Thank you. Could you just give an indication of the overall approach that's been taken in relation to the development of this site and why it is that you come to the conclusion that the nature of the effect is neutral rather than adverse, which is the point that you raise at paragraph 2.18 of your evidence?
Yes, thank you. So the proposal comprises two essential elements. The first is that clearly there is the residential development, but secondly, there is a substantial amount of green infrastructure, which I would describe as naturalistic rural parkland. If I can just deal with those two elements separately, to start with, the residential development, the nature of effect I consider is neutral rather than adverse, and that is because when you look at the local landscape character area, quite often they exclude settlements from those assessments. But in this instance, the local character area washes over the settlement, and the settlement assists in defining the key characteristics of the locality and is specifically referenced in the local landscape character assessment. And that's set out in my paragraph 2.18 of my proof, sir. Interestingly, also in the officer's report, under the heading Design and Appearance, which is concerned with policy CS2, the officer acknowledges that the scheme is comparable to Sileby. So that's the reason why I draw the conclusion that it would be neutral. It's introducing a form of development that is consistent with the development in the locality. It's not something that is alien to the locality, such as, say, logistic sheds. If I may, Mr. Tucker, I was going to go on to some of the other points.
Yes, please.
The second significant part of the proposal is the fact that we are, or the scheme is proposing, a naturalistic parkland, and that is against a baseline of an arable field. And the introduction of a significant area of green infrastructure that is multifunctional reflects the published landscape character assessment. And I consider that that would be, in overall terms, beneficial in nature of effect rather than adverse. So when you look at the two elements, residential and the green infrastructure, the effects range from neutral to beneficial in that spectrum as a consequence. But in terms of broad design principles, the scheme is designed in terms of its green infrastructure to be multifunctional. That's in my paragraph 328 of my proof. The western boundary to the scheme, as it relates to the Cossington Road, the residential properties have been slightly set back from the road, which allows the opportunity to introduce a landscape frontage to the scheme, which is approximately in the area of the start of the settlement and going into the settlement, so provides the opportunity to provide some enhancement to the street scene. Furthermore, the western boundary, as it relates to the railway line, the residential properties on the eastern boundary, sir, of the scheme have been pulled back from the eastern boundary where the railway line is, partly because of noise and general residential amenity, but it also provides the opportunity to introduce a landscape corridor and a buffer between those residential properties as proposed and the railway line. That's on the eastern boundary. In terms of the wide, extensive parkland, that primarily comprises meadows, and also it's taken the opportunity to reinstate several historic hedgerow alignments, and that can be seen by looking at the archaeological report, which shows a series of figures, historic plans up to the 1950s that showed that this field was previously subdivided into a series of smaller fields. The southern boundary of the green infrastructure and the parkland is defined by some tree cover, quite a lot of tree cover, in fact. There are a number of conifer trees and deciduous trees. The deciduous trees line and are more associated with the brook, the watercourse. But there is the opportunity with this scheme to reinforce that with further planting, which is annotated on the master plan, with a view to a phased replacement of conifers, which are an alien feature in a rural landscape generally, and to replace some of the ash trees in that area, which are showing some signs of decay. The final point I would make in terms of the overall proposal is that there is obviously the proposed residential scheme, and what I consider, having reviewed the design and access statement, which is CD 1.16, I consider that this proposal from a residential urban design perspective would deliver a quality scheme, accepting the fact that it is outlined and it is illustrative. But interestingly, in the officer's report, which is core document 5.02, when addressing the matter of the residential scheme under design and appearance, the officer refers to the policy CS2 and considers that the scheme would be comparable to the adjacent area of Sileby. And having had regard to policy CS2, we note that that is not raised in the reason for refusal.
Okay, thank you. Second point, Mr. Cook, in section 4 of your evidence, you address the issue of the effect on landscape elements of the site which define the character of the site. Could I have your thoughts with regard to those and how they're affected?
Yes, certainly, sir. The points I'd like to make reflect my section 4 of the proof, and I follow the similar subheadings. First of all, it is right, as per Glivia 3, when looking at a proposal such as this, to look at the various elements, landscape elements and features of a proposal, to understand the gains and losses, and that you can draw those together to form a professional view. In terms of hedgerows, sir, which is set out in my paragraph 4.6, there would be a minimal loss of hedgerow, primarily to facilitate the access and visibility display for the proposal. That is balanced against the fact that the parkland facilitates the reinstatement of the historic hedgerows, and there is also the opportunity to introduce further hedgerows to define the boundaries to the individual curtilages and associated street scenes associated with the residential area. In terms, so net gain there, so net beneficial effect in terms of hedgerows. Tree resource, if I can come on to trees, there is an arboricultural survey report, sir, which identifies the majority of the, or all the trees around the site, including the perimeter. Again, interestingly, this proposal, quite unusually, does not require the removal of any trees to enable this scheme to come forward. With the proposed significant green infrastructure, this provides the opportunity to introduce a significant amount of tree cover as per the Master Plan Revision C, and there would be a major beneficial net effect as a consequence of the proposal with regard to tree resource. In terms of arable land, the site, in terms of its land use, is used as arable land. It forms one arable field. The proposal would involve the removal of the arable function associated with that field, but its field as a land use area in terms of its boundaries would remain, but the arable function would be lost. It would be lost in part to the residential neighbourhood, an inevitable consequence of introducing residential development in a greenfield location. But secondly, the remaining residual part of the site, slightly more than 50% of the site, would actually convert to areas of grassland, which could potentially be managed as wildflower meadows. And that is something in terms of a transition from arable to pasture, regularly happens with farmland without any recourse to planning. What I would say, sir, is that arable land is a ubiquitous resource and commonplace in the locality. Interestingly, if you turn to the local landscape character assessment, sir, and I can give you the reference to save turning it up, is core document 6.16. This is the Charnwood landscape character assessment. This section is addressing the local character area, which is the Saw Valley, and it identifies guidelines with regard to this area within which the site and the settlement sits. Interestingly, the first bullet point is concerned with the enhancement of the pastoral landscape, but it is silent on arable aspects. this scheme would accord with that point, with the creation of grassland consistent with the character of the area of separation, which is to the west of the Cossington Road, and indeed with the Humble Lane scheme, the green infrastructure on the northern side of that again is proposed as parkland with grassland and meadow areas. So it would bring it in line with those other areas. Topography, well, there would be no material change. With regard to topography, the scheme can be implemented with minimal amounts of cut and fill required, such that the legibility of the slope would continue to prevail with the scheme in place. That's my paragraph 4.14 in my proof, sir. I would just note that, so there's reference to the slope of the site. One of the key defining characteristics of the local character area is that there is settlement on the valley slopes, and this would be consistent with that character and reinforce that character. In terms of public rights of way and recreational opportunities, the site is private land with currently no recreational value. However, in contrast with this proposal, there is the opportunity to introduce substantial recreational space created through the provision of a naturalistic parkland. Such recreational provision on an informal basis, combined with the LEAP, which could be naturalistic in design, would deliver a major net beneficial effect over and above the existing situation. Again, in accord with the Soar Valley guidelines, which are set out in paragraph 7.62 of CD 6.16. Water features, if I may just come on to that, sir. The proposal, as you would expect, sir, adopts a sustainable drainage strategy and envisages the creation of a surface water attenuation area. Such features in terms of ponds are commonplace in the area. So you'll have seen on your site visit on the southern part of the area of local separation, there is a pond not so far from the Church of All Saints. And indeed, a similar feature is proposed in the Humble Lane proposal in the northern part of the green infrastructure. With the introduction of that and associated swales, that would be a beneficial effect in terms of water features associated with the site. So in summary, the landscape character of the site, currently it's arable, but it does read as a peri-urban, urban fringe environment due to its significant urban influences. Development on such a greenfield site has an inevitable consequence of change in the character of the site to create such a new residential area, a quality scheme and attractive to look at, set within generous quality landscape, green infrastructure, naturalistic, rural setting. Again, similar principles as we've seen at Humble Lane. The final point I'd just like to make in terms of the elements of the site, sir, is that with the introduction of substantial tree cover, it would create a stronger sense of enclosure to the southern part of Sileby, and it would reinforce, as a consequence, the sense of separation between the two settlements of Sileby and Cossington. I managed to get through that without too much of a cough, sir. So, thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, I can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Well, you're obviously telepathic when I said to you, please take a glass of water. Mr. Cook, the next question I want to ask you, third issue, is the effect on landscape character beyond the site. Your thoughts on that, please.
Thank you. So the first thing I would really like to note is that there are no material off-site works required to enable this scheme to come forward. Therefore, the fabric, the physical fabric and character of the landscape beyond the site would not materially change. And I've just made a note, so that in terms of the boundary treatment, which strays slightly off-site, is the proposed access junction drawing, which is core document 1.15. And so I've got that in my mind, sir, when I make that statement. So there are some limited works that are proposed to the adjacent footway to Cossington Road and the access itself. But beyond that, no works beyond the site itself. So it's common ground that the site sits, as does the settlement indeed, fall within the National Character Area, NCA 69, the Trent Valley Washlands. Those key characteristics are set out in my proof around paragraph 5.6. So all of these key characteristics would remain and prevail with the scheme in place. One of these key characteristics relates to the settlement pattern, confining villages to the rising grounds at the edges of the floodplains, and that there is urban expansion, which is prominent in larger settlements, along with modern housing. That is one of the key characteristics, and this scheme would reinforce that local characteristic. Further on in that same document, it goes on to talk about statement of environmental opportunities. So the National Character Area 69 that I'm referring to is core document 6.29. What I would note is that with regard to the opportunities it identifies, it refers and anticipates new development within the NCA, but that it should ensure that landscape character is strengthened and enhanced, a positive approach, not an adverse. Oh, I've got an echo. I can hear myself. I'll carry on. That's it. I think we're okay. Strengthened, the character is strengthened and enhanced, and also through the creation of a multifunctional green infrastructure. There is specific reference to that, and this scheme would deliver such a proposal and accord with this strategy in terms of opportunities. There would be negligible change to the key characteristics of the NCA beyond the site. At the local level, there is a further published landscape character assessment prepared by Charnwood, and the site and the surrounding area, including the settlement, fall within the Soar Valley landscape character area, and identifies key characteristics, which includes visible built development on well-defined rising valley slopes, and mentions various settlements, including Sileby. This scheme would simply reinforce these elements, but at a local level within the site. Beyond the site, the proposal would have a negligible degree of effect upon the wider landscape associated with the Soar Valley. That's my paragraph 516, sir. The scheme would, I accept, bring an inevitable change to the character of the site, but Sileby's settlement pattern and identity would remain and prevail with the scheme in place. That's my paragraph 518. What I would note, to add to that, sir, there is a degree of common ground between the parties on this, that in the officer's report, CD 502, under the design and appearance heading, the officer notes that the proposal would be comparable to Sileby.
Oh, I think Mr. Cook's frozen, sir, on my screen.
Can you hear me? You're animated, Mr. Tucker. I can hear and see you.
I usually am. You said that the site would be consistent with the settlement pattern of Sileby, and that you drew attention to paragraph 502 of the officers' report to committee, and then you froze momentarily, Mr. Cook. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, what I was saying was with regard to the officer's report, under the heading, sorry, it's not paginated or paragraph numbered, I'm afraid, in my version, but under the heading design and appearance, can you hear me all right now, sir? The officer concludes that the scheme would be comparable to Sileby, the adjacent area of Sileby. So it would be consistent in terms of settlement pattern and appearance.
Thank you. Fourth issue that I just want your comments upon, the main event in some ways, the effect of the proposal upon the actual and perceived gap, Mr. Cook. Your thoughts, please.
Yes, if I could disaggregate this into a couple of areas, sir. First of all, in terms of the extent of the area of landscape separation, it's bounded to the north by a hard edge of Sileby, to the east by a railway line, to the south by the brook, which runs through Derry's nursery, and beyond, further to east, the rail line. And then it extends southward to the northern boundary of the settlement of Cossington. The western boundary, whilst following some fields, cuts diagonally across another field without any recourse or reference to any physical features on the ground, which to me seems rather illogical, a point I'm making in my proof, sir. But that's the full extent of the area of landscape separation, and you would have seen that on your site visit. In terms of appreciation of the area of landscape separation, that can be seen from the different cardinal points of the compass to start with. From the southern part of Sileby, and I'm thinking along the northern boundary of the site, the opportunity for there to look at across the site is really quite limited, or across the area of landscape separation. But what it does reveal is that the opportunity to observe Cossington as a settlement to the south is very limited. And even if you go to the most southerly point of, the most southerly point of Sileby, most northerly point, the most southerly point of Sileby, and you look south towards Cossington, again, the opportunity to observe Cossington in the distance is really quite limited due to the intervening landscape that the area of separation forms.
Just to be clear, Mr. Cook, sorry, that last point, were you talking about the on the west side of Cossington Road at the end of the ribbon development?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
thank
you. The most southerly point I refer to. Yes, thank you, sir.
Might be handy, Mr. Cook. I don't know if you've got core document ID 11, sorry, not core document, inquiry document ID 11, which is the measured distances plan.
I have that to hand.
Yeah, because it might be useful to identify exactly where you're thinking of when you're referring to those points.
Yes, so the as you said, the most southerly point of the ribbon development along Cossington Road, from that location, as you look southward across the gap towards Cossington, the opportunity to observe Cossington is very limited indeed, sir. So the area of separation between the settlements can be appreciated from other locations. If one is in the countryside to the east and you've visited the viewpoints to the east, that's viewpoints 11 and viewpoint 11 along that route. Byway.
This is on the other side of the railway down to the southeast of the site itself.
This is to the east of the railway, sir, in the countryside to the east. From those locations and from that route, which you would have seen on site, sir, there is a clear sense of separation between the settlements of Cossington and Cossington to the south and Sileby to the north. Due to the intervening landscape between the two, and it is quite heavily wooded as well. That sense of separation would not materially change with the proposal in place. And we can turn up if you'd like, viewpoint 10, the photo montage that is taken from there, looking towards that. In terms of appreciating the area of separation from the countryside to the west, we're aware that there is a footpath which runs on the west side of Cossington, and I'm specifically thinking of, by way of reference, viewpoint 7, which is taken along that north-south public right-of-way, and it looks eastwards across the area of separation. And from that location, whilst you can gain an appreciation of Cossington on your right-hand side of the view, the opportunity to appreciate Sileby on the left-hand side of the view is quite limited and appears in the middle and far distance. It also requires quite a significant change in arc of view in terms of direction, to look southeastwards towards Cossington, to look northeastwards towards Sileby. But there is a strong sense of separation with the countryside between the two settlements, and the site itself makes a very limited contribution to that sense of separation from that viewing perspective on the west side of the area of separation and the countryside to the west. Then from the northern parts of Cossington, and I'm thinking, sir, where the footpath 161 comes off the main street and heads westward to connecting with public right-of-way 151, which runs along the side of the woodland. You're looking from that location northwards.
So which view is that? Sorry, Mr. Cook.
Well, there isn't a viewpoint there, sir, but it's close to where the pond is, close to the church. If you're in the vicinity where the cars were parked on the site visit, there's a pond. Yeah. A field pond. Do you know where I mean now, sir?
I do, yes, thank you. So you're on that first bit of footpath from the... Yes,
on that first bit of footpath. And as you walk along from that first bit of footpath, or walking westwards, sir, to connecting with the next footpath, or where it bifurcates into the two, and one goes across the area of separation. From there, you're clearly aware that Cossington is behind you. You're on the edge of Cossington, but as you look north across the area of separation, Sileby is difficult to pick out, is distant in the middle and far distance. Very little is evident, and you can see the strength to which that field in your foreground is operating in the function of keeping a sense of separation between the settlements. But interestingly, from that location, the opportunity from that northern side of Cossington to observe the site is very limited indeed, if not impossible. So from that location and perspective, the site is operating to a very limited degree in terms of its function, in terms of creating that sense of separation between the settlements. There is then, sir, the two other ways, the principal ways in which you can really appreciate the sense of separation other than the rail line, which I'll come on to. There's the Cossington Road itself, and the appreciation of separation between the settlements as people pass along that Cossington Road northbound and southbound. So it's set out in my proof in detail, but in summary, when on the north side of Cossington, departure point, departing Cossington and heading northbound along the Cossington Road, the opportunity to observe Sileby is extremely limited. The opportunity to observe the site is non-existent. One has to travel along that Cossington Road well, you have to go past Derry's nursery, you have to pass Brook Farm, you have to pass the arrival sign, highway arrival sign to Sileby, and it is at that point, just beyond that point, where you really are almost at the northern point of Brook Farm and alongside the start of the linear ribbon development on the western side of Cossington Road, where the site would come into view. And the proposed scheme would come into view. So you can see, but that of course is in the context that there is a sense that you've arrived at you've already arrived at Sileby at that sign and at the start of the ribbon development. It's really there where the site comes into view. And similarly, if a road user is travelling southbound on the Cossington Road, passes the site on the what would be your left-hand side, you're aware of that, no appreciation of Cossington to the south, past the site, and it is only when you get past the ribbon development, so the most southerly point of the settlement in the vicinity of Brook Farm, that you can start to appreciate to some limited extent, very limited extent, there is some settlement further south in the middle far distance. But you have to carry on along that road further south for you to really start to appreciate Cossington coming into view. And there is a sense of that you've left Sileby behind. The final point then, sir, penultimate point perhaps, is the public right-of-way itself, which cuts across the area of local separation. And the route I'm talking about is number 147. I'm referring, sir, to the plan, which is in the landscape statement of common ground, if that sort of helps, sir. There's an appendix in there which provides the location of the public footpaths, and it's referred to as the Viewpoint locations and inspector itinerary. Okay, I'm looking at that, sir, if it's helpful. The diagonal footpath cuts across the area of local landscape separation. Again, what's interesting is in the southern sections of that route, close to Cossington, the opportunity to observe Sileby is very limited, and the opportunity to observe the site very limited indeed, if not impossible. One has to be at least halfway along that route in a northward bound direction in the vicinity of Viewpoint 6, where there is the opportunity to get a limited framed view of the site, but that's seen in the backdrop of the middle distance with the ribbon development associated with Sileby. So in the middle distance, you see ribbon development to Sileby, site beyond, and beyond the site, the hard edge of the existing residential areas to the north of the site, framing the site beyond and forming the far distant element in the view.
So overall,
there is a strong sense of separation as pedestrians walk that route through the area of local separation. And so that area, sir, is working particularly hard and has a strong role in maintaining that sense of separation, in contrast to the site, which is seen beyond the middle distance and Sileby, which has a weak role to play in that area and perception of separation between the two settlements. And then similarly, for people walking southbound from that route, from the most southerly point of Sileby, the ribbon development, taking that route southward towards Cossington, there is a strong sense of separation with the landscape in the foreground, middle distance and the far distance, with Cossington barely perceptible in the distance from the start of that route. And it only really comes into view when you're about midway along that route and over the footbridge between the two fields. But of course, the site is behind you at that point. That's back in Sileby. The final point I would just make in terms of sense of separation between the two settlements that can be really appreciated is the rail line, and you've travelled that, sir, so you'll have a view on that. But my understanding is that from that route, the time it takes for passengers to pass from the leaving the last of the residential properties in that northeastern corner where Viewpoint 3 is taken from, sir, passing southward alongside the area of separation, and then the Cossington coming into view, it is quite clear that there is a sense of rural separation between the two settlements, and their own identities are seen separate in the countryside. That would prevail, sir, with the proposal in place, as the proposed residential area only extends a limited southward distance into the area of separation. Slightly over half of the site would form green infrastructure, which I referred to earlier, which would be planted up with trees. And with that establishment of tree cover, in terms of views from the railway line, that would strengthen the sense of enclosure associated with Sileby and reinforce the sense of separation between Sileby and Cossington to the south.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next issue I want to turn to, I think we can deal with this quite briefly, single question really. Residential visual amenity, which falls within your area of expertise. We know this isn't an issue of which arises from reason for refusal from the council. We know that reserve matters would address the site layout and the nature of relationships between properties. And we know what the officer's view is from the officer's report. So yes. Overall, is there any concern as between yourself and the council, or in your professional view, that residential amenity can be addressed in this case?
I'm not aware that residential amenity is an issue. That came across very clearly in the officer's report. The scheme can be accommodate any concerns that might relate to that through reserve matters and suitable conditions. And as a consequence of that, residential amenity is not a reason for refusal, despite the fact that Mr. Hickson has raised it in his proof. The matter is set out, the common ground between us, sir, is set out in paragraph 7.6 of my proof, where I refer to the officer's report where residential amenity is addressed, for document 5.02. I do not consider, as the scheme stands in its illustrative form, that the proposal would have any overbearing effect or undue harm to any of the existing residential amenity of the locality.
Thank you. Next issue, again, valued. I think we can deal with this relatively quickly. Yes. Valued landscape. You provide within your rebuttal evidence, really from section 5 of your rebuttal, your response with regard to the GLVIA table 5.2, the one everybody looks at, as well as the more recent technical note, and you provide your views in that regard. We know that this wasn't an issue raised until Mr. Hickson's evidence. Overall, Mr. Cook, you've got the detail in your evidence, and I'm not going to ask you to repeat that. Overall, is this a valued landscape or not?
No, it is not, nor is the surrounding immediate area.
Is this a marginal case with regard to valued landscape, or a clear case in your judgment?
A clear case of not being a valued landscape as far as I'm concerned. And that is consistent with all the previous council's documentation and officer's report. Mr. Hickson is very much an outlier on this point.
Thank you. Are there any demonstrable physical attributes, to use the Stroud case descriptor on the site itself, which would make it stand outside of the ordinary area of the British landscape?
No, none.
Thank you. Then next, just returning briefly to the area of local separation, which is section 8 of your evidence. You look in your rebuttal proof at a number of other instances where ALS cases have been considered, and the overall approach, we know that from the statement of common ground on planning, is that there is a permissive approach. It's not one where thou shalt not ever have development in the ALS. So your overall approach in relation to the ALS is what, Mr. Cook, in this case?
That when you look at the policy, this is CT4, which identifies a number of areas of local separation, and we know that Sileby and Cossington is identified as Area D, sir. The policy is permissive, as it's very clearly stated, but it's based and caveated on 2 criteria. Firstly, that the predominantly undeveloped character of the area is retained. Now, if this is a policy, as I interpret it, which is permissive and it's facilitate and does facilitate development in particular circumstances, it's right that clearly with the introduction of built form in a greenfield environment, then you're clearly taking away the character of the site itself. What is very clear in the wording is it talks about what the first criteria, predominantly undeveloped character of the area is retained. The area, my interpretation, is the residual area which is associated with the area of local separation is retained. And that is the case here, that the area that is proposed for development is a very small percentage of the overall area of local landscape separation in the first instance. The vast majority of the ALS would remain undeveloped in character and would be retained, and that the area that is proposed for development has a limited function in terms of the perception of the area separation. The second point, criteria with regard to that permissive policy, sir, is this, that the narrow gap is not reduced. Now, we know that the narrow gap is the southern point. I would measure it, sir. I'm taking of ID 11 as a plan just by way of reference. You can see on the black dashed line, this shows the limit to the settlement of Sileby, the most southerly point of the ribbon development.
So sorry, can I just understand that then? So we've got the black dashed line on the north of the appeal site, then it goes down the east side of Cossington Road, and then it goes to the west of the ribbon development.
Yes.
But the measurement has been taken by Mr. Higson from that part of the settlement, which is to the immediate north of the appeal site. Is that the right gap to measure? No,
the narrow gap is the narrowest point between the 2 settlements. The most southerly point of Sileby, sir, is at the southern point of the ribbon development on the Cossington Road. And if you measure from that point to the most northerly point of Cossington, that is 150 metres. And that's documented elsewhere in the inquiry documents. But that distance would remain and prevail with the proposal in place, doesn't change. Now, back to the point I was just making in terms of the criteria, second criteria of the policy, it says the narrow gap is not reduced. And that is the case here, that the narrow gap, as far as this area of local separation is concerned, it is not reduced with the proposal in place. There is encroachment in the area of local separation, but it falls in the northern part of that and north of the most southerly point of Sileby.
And what about the perception of the separation of the 2 settlements? Would that change?
There would be no material change to the sense of separation with the scheme in place.
Thank you. And would there be coalescence? And you'll recall that there was a conversation in relation to, for some of the views, the suggestion from Mr. Higson that there would be coalescence. Would there be coalescence?
No, there would not be, for the reasons I've just explained, that the narrowest point of the gap would remain unchanged. And there is separation, and it would prevail with the scheme in place. Mr. Higson, in his proof, asserts that there would be coalescence would occur with the scheme in place. And indeed, the case officer's report concluded the same point, which I think is flawed analysis, as there clearly wouldn't be coalescence. Physical.
We know from the evidence last week before last, forgive me, it all merges one into the other, ironically.
The week before.
The week before. We know that that the allegation isn't actual merger, the allegation is perception of coalescence. So just finally, if you would, your thoughts on whether there would be an impact on the perception of coalescence. Would the two settlements be perceived to have coalesced?
No, not at all, because of the reasons, factors I've set out before, that the area where the proposed residential development would go, that area is performing to a very limited degree in terms of the role, in terms of sense of separation between the settlements, and the residual area of the site, the remaining part of the site, which is slightly more than 50%, which would be rural parkland, reinforced with tree planting, that would create a stronger sense of enclosure. Arguably, you'd actually reinforce the sense of separation between Sileby and Cossington with that green infrastructure in place and established. In a similar way that you've got on the western side of Cossington, where you've got a pastoral landscape, smaller field units, mature hedgerows and trees, and that degree of vegetation creates a strong sense of enclosure and reinforces the sense of distance and separation between the two settlements. It would act in a similar way.
Now, we know that Humble Road has a resolution to grant. We're now told it's going back to committee to consider an issue with regard to land area. It may or may not be drawn to the members' attention that the view of the landscape evidence at this inquiry is that part of that site, at least, is valued landscape. But in any event, let's work on the assumption of it being a resolution to grant. You have based your assumptions, have you, Mr. Cook, on the assumption that Humble Road does come forward?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Thank you.
As part of the baseline.
Yeah, thank you very much. Would you wait there, please? Sorry, Mr. Cook, I should have said at the very outset, I'm reminded that you don't have your WhatsApp on, do you? And you're not looking at your emails, and there's nobody standing in front of the screen with notes telling you what to say. No. The WhatsApp was turned off before we engaged this morning with the inquiry. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Would you wait there? Apologies for not doing that at the outset, sir.
That's okay. Thank you for clarifying. I think it's particularly important as we move into cross-examination, but it's good to know that it's been the case since the beginning of today.
So he may have a full medical team sitting to the side, I'm not sure, but certainly in terms of the inquiry, you're unassisted, aren't you, Mr. Cook? I am, correct. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Thank you, Mr. Cook. So, Mr. Richards, you've indicated obviously your cross-examination is not going to be more than 2 hours. I assume that's still the case, having heard the evidence in chief.
Yes, it is.
And in terms of timescales, Mr. Cook, maybe we should have a view on this. I'm happy to start the cross-examination and then break at 11, or have a break now if Mr. Cook feels he needs it. I was going to suggest, sir, I don't know how much my voice sounds strained. To me, it sounds a bit strained, and I'm working through it. So, but I think it would be useful for 5 minutes for me to take a lozenge, which I don't really want to be sucking and talking at the same time. A lozenge and another paracetamol for 5 minutes, if that's all right. Of course, that's fine. Mr. Richards, are you happy if we come back and maybe begin cross-examination and then we'll have a break at a suitable point?
Yes, so I'm quite happy to divide the cross-examination up into whatever chunks of time are manageable for Mr. Cook. You know, if he says he needs a break every 45 minutes or half an hour or 45 minutes, then that's fine with me. We'll just, you know, work to his comfort and health. That's appreciated. I'll just take a lozenge and a.
Okay. Well, should we adjourn? Should we say let's give it 10 minutes. We should or come back at 10 to 11. 10. That's right. Yeah, we'll adjourn and then come back here. Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's 10:50 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Cook, are we happy to proceed?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just managed to finish my cough sweet, so hopefully
Okay.
it'll...
Having had obviously a short break now, I'm obviously happy to go beyond 11 o'clock before we break again. So I think we'll see how we get on if Mr. Richards and Mr. Cook indicate when a suitable time might be to have a break.
Yes, sir. I had in mind for our sort of half-hour break, about half an hour's time, say 20 past 11, something like that.
That sounds reasonable to me. Is that okay, Mr. Cook?
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Mr. Cook. And as I indicated before, please do just say if you need a break for something. Can we start?
Thank you.
In terms of looking at the area of separation, can we start by looking at core document 6.02, which is where the area of separation is actually defined on the local plan policies map?
Would you like me to turn that up?
Yeah, if you would. And then you'll probably, if you're like me, have to zoom in on the relevant bit of Cossington and Sileby.
My screen is the zoom function on the screen is very slow. Is there another plan in the core docs that you can take me to show?
Well, you know, it's this one I want to look at really,
okay,
because it shows the area of local separation with a green stippling.
It's quite a large document.
Yeah, struggling.
Okay.
But,
all right. Well, perhaps I can make submissions about that. But let's go then to your rebuttal.
The other alternative, my learner friend might be able to screen share. I don't know if that helps.
Yes, that's a very sensible suggestion. Let me just center it up in a large screen.
Seems to be churning. I'm getting the sort of...
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Cook. I'm going to do what Mr. Tucker tells me, which is always a very good idea. Can you see it on your screen now that I'm sharing?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, and you can see, I think if you can see my cursor hovering, you can see that the area of separation is defined by what I called a green stippling colour.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we can see that the settlement limits of Cossington is an arrowhead point at the top of Cossington.
I see that where your cursor is at the top. Yes.
Yeah, and then we can see the southern limit of Sileby, which goes along the field and then extends down the Cossington Road in a southerly direction alongside the ribbon development, or taking into account the ribbon development.
It does, yes, where your cursor is now. Yes,
yeah, and it's that bottom right-hand point of the ribbon development going across the gap to the arrowhead of Cossington. That's what you say is the narrowest part of the gap.
Yes, at 150 meters as the crow flies from point to point. Yes, it's actually longer if you're taking the Cossington Road. Yes.
Yeah. And for all the world, that looks like a very clear gap between Cossington and Sileby without any built form, as illustrated on this map.
As illustrated on this map, yes.
Yeah. But then, so I'm now going to stop share. I'm now going to stop sharing my screen. I hope without disappearing completely. Yeah, good.
It's still there.
But then if we look at your rebuttal proof at Appendix 3, which is where you show the the ALSD plan. We can see two things, can't we? Firstly, we can see that 150 meter point illustrated on your plan that you've made.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just turning it up. Yes, I have that now. Yes.
We can see the 150 meter gap that you've referred to.
Yes.
But we can also see that, in fact, alongside the Cossington Road to the east is, in fact, development, first of all at Brook Farm, and then that associated with Derry's nurseries.
There is some development, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But it's in the context of, you've got the Brook Farm, which is a farm complex just to the south of the settlement. Derry's nursery is very sylvan in character. It's very vegetated in terms of character, a lot of it.
Yeah, well, as I indicated at the very start of today, fortunately for us, the inspector's been there, seen it. Yeah, so we're not having a discussion in a vacuum to that extent.
No, the inspector will have it in his mind's eye.
And then if we go to ID 11, which is the measured distances plan of Mr. Higson.
Yes, I have that now.
That's a plan based on an air photo drawing, which we can see puts the position in good focus. And again, we can see the Brook Farm buildings, and we can see better the Derry's nursery, and we can see the built form of Cossington to the south of it.
Yes. Yep.
And one of your points is that there will be no reduction in that shortest distance between the two settlements, the 150 meter gap.
No, that doesn't reduce, correct.
Yeah. But what we do know is, and we can see from ID 11, that in effect, the southern edge of Sileby will migrate in a south-southeasterly direction. Or a southerly direction if we're just using single cardinal points. To the extent, I think ID 11 shows of 61 meters or thereabouts immediately adjacent to the Cossington Road, and of the order of magnitude of, say, 160 meters in the east towards the railway line.
Yes, I see those. Yes.
Yeah. Now, the area of separation was drawn not simply to indicate that it was the narrow strip of 150 meters that was determinative, wasn't it? Otherwise, there would simply be across that field a 150 meter wide strip.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the various areas of local landscape separation that fall within the Charnwood Borough take on various amorphous shapes, don't they?
Yes.
They're all manner of different amorphous shapes, identifying basically areas of green space between one settlement and another settlement where those two settlements are perceived to be lying quite close to one another. And so it's a spatial planning tool to make sure that there is the sense of separation is maintained going forward.
Yes.
And so as a consequence of that, they follow the configuration of the settlement boundaries, don't they? So there can be all manner of different shapes. So it wouldn't be logical or consistent if you just had a 150-meter band which just was drawn like a rectilinear shape, geometric shape, as a band, like a letterbox, if you like, shape across that area of landscape. It wouldn't relate to anything physically on the ground, and it wouldn't relate to the configuration of the settlement boundaries, would it?
No,
So,
well, I think you and I are in agreement, Mr. Cook. You have to look for you have to look beyond the 150-meter wide letterbox.
you do, but at the same time, it is a factor that needs to be taken into account. And if you look, obviously, I've set this out in detail in my rebuttal proof, but there are a number of locations where Charnwood Borough have areas of local separation. Either the schemes have been approved locally by officers in committee, or gone to appeal and been allowed by Secretary of State or inspectors. And in those scenarios, they've identified the broader scope and extent of an area of local separation, but considered the particular land parcel in question, that is the subject of the proposal, and considered how that sits in relation to that area of separation and the two settlements, and established to what degree, if that scheme were to come forward, how it would have a material bearing upon the residual area of the local landscape separation. And that's exactly the same exercise that I've gone through here and I've articulated in my proof. That
yes, in other words,
you can have a nibble. You can remove some areas of landscape separation without materially harming the sense of the separation or the actual physical gap that relates to that separation.
Yeah.
Because the different parts of the parcels of land are performing to a greater or lesser role.
I was going to suggest to you that one task of our inspector is to judge whether or not the area of local separation will be materially compromised.
Yes, I'm sure that is absolutely the question for the inspector. Yeah. Exactly, I would agree, and I would maintain that the proposal would not materially compromise the area of local separation between these two settlements here.
And I thank you for causing me to write, I think for the first time ever in my blue notebooks, the word nibble, and that
you can regard that as a colloquial term. Yes,
you can have a nibble.
Let me put it in landscape planning terms. You can encroach into an area of separation without materially harming its function.
Yes, and your case then is that this proposal for up to 170 dwellings on the northern part of the appeal site amounts to a nibble, so far as the area of separation is concerned. Is that right?
It encroaches into the area of separation, I accept, but the area where the proposed development is located is contributing to the area of separation to a very limited degree in terms of its function. Yeah. And the other thing to bear in mind is that the area that is proposed for development is very, very much affected by urbanizing influences of the immediate context to that area proposed for development, with the rail line movement and noise associated with that in the eastern boundary, the hard edge which forms the northern boundary of the site, which is the southern boundary of the settlement along there, contiguous to the site, It's framed also by ribbon development to the west side of the Cossington Road. So all of those urbanising influences also have a significant bearing upon that area of land where the proposed housing is proposed.
Yes. In the event that this appeal were to be allowed and the up to 170 houses built on that part of the appeal site upon which they're illustrated.
Sorry, could you just repeat that, please?
Yes, in the event that the appeal were to be allowed and the up to 170 dwellings were constructed on that part of the appeal site where it's currently illustrated on the master plan.
Yes, consistent with the parameters plan.
Consistent with the parameters plan.
Yes.
Then the next time that the council came to review the boundary of the area of local separation, it would be inevitable, would it not, that the area of separation boundary would be redrawn on the new southern edge of Sileby. It would the southern boundary of the built form of the appeal scheme.
Yes, it would be drawn along the southern boundary of the proposed development envelope.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In other words,
sorry, I'll let you finish.
In other words, the current area of local separation would be reduced in area.
On the basis of what you've described, yes, but you also have to bear in mind that you're identifying a scenario where there is a review, and we know that in terms of what is being articulated at the moment, should there be a change, and the area of local separation is effectively got a question mark against it in terms of review at the moment, and it's been recognised that the western boundary is illogical, that it doesn't follow any physical features on the ground, and that there would be a lot of sense in extending the area of separation westward to the woodland further to the west to include the whole land parcel of that field, which currently the designation cuts across. So you would have that extended area as well.
Yes, well, I accept that. I'm not going to ask you about percentages, but I'm simply putting to you that the inevitable consequence of allowing this appeal, assuming that the development is then built out, is that the area of local separation will be reduced.
The area of local separation would be physically reduced, yes, as it currently stands. But back to your scenario of a review in terms of the future area of separation, whilst there would be a reduction and a redrawing of the line along the new southern boundary of Sileby as per the parameters plan, you also have to take into account that there's a very strong likelihood you would extend the area of separation to the west, and also you would include the green infrastructure associated with Humble Lane, because the settlement of Cossington has extended eastwards out towards the railway line. So yes. I think, we're in the realms of speculation, aren't we? And I accept that. But I think if I were to apply my professional judgment in terms of likelihood, I think clearly you would exclude the area where you've got the new development area, you would extend it to the west, and you would extend it to the south to include the green infrastructure of Humble Lane. Net effect is that the area of separation would actually potentially be larger. I could get that measured if you wanted it, sir, but I think it would be slightly larger. And as an overall net effect, in terms of its functionality, I think it would be stronger for it, because the northern part of the site, I don't believe, has a strong role in performing a sense of separation between the settlements.
Yeah, well, I've picked that up, but no amount of cross-examination will assist the inspector on that point. The inspector will simply have to decide whether he agrees with you or not, Mr. Cook. The narrowest gap, the 150-metre gap, will not reduce. We've agreed that. but the gap will, but the gap between the settlements will reduce, won't it?
No, it doesn't. The gap, the narrowest gap is 150 metres.
Well, my question was very specific, Mr. Cook. The narrowest gap will
Yes.
not reduce,
Correct.
but the gap between the settlements in other places other than the narrowest gap will reduce. And if you look at ID 11, we can see an example of that. Can you see
Yes.
the line that Mr. Higson has drawn
Yes.
from the arrowhead of Cossington up towards the northeast, which is indicated to be 478 metres long?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah,
But
that at the moment is a gap between Cossington and Sileby, isn't it? It's a gap between the arrowhead and the southeast edge of Sileby by the railway line.
it is, yes.
And that gap will reduce, won't it?
If you follow that line of sight, as per the plan, as the crow flies, yes, but in reality, that's not the case, because you have to appreciate there is substantive vegetation along that line of sight, and that has a significant effect in creating a strong sense of separation between Sileby to the north and Cossington to the south. If you're at the most northern point of that arrow of the 478 metres and you're looking south, and you're looking southwest towards Cossington, the middle distance is enclosed and framed by the mature hedgerow and tree cover associated with Derry's nursery and the southern boundary of that field. And the sense of Cossington can't be appreciated readily. So
No,
it is
Mr. Cook,
it is a physical distance that reduces. Hence, we've talked about actual and perceived sense of separation.
well, that was my point, Mr. Cook. The gap will reduce. In that sense, the gap will not be maintained. But that's not the end of the story, because one has to consider whether or not that makes any difference to the perception. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but if you applied that logic, it doesn't hold water as far as I can see if you apply the policy. Because if we go back to my point about having some amorphic shape for any of the areas of separation, and we know it's a permissive policy, and you introduce an area of proposed development, then where you introduce that area of proposed development, you can take a bird's a line of sight, a crow's flight direction from that point where the existing area of separation is, and reduce it with your development in place towards the other settlement, and there will be a net reduction as the crow flies from A to B. It would reduce. But if you applied that logic and said, well, you've physically reduced the gap as per the crow flies where the development is proposed, then you would never have a scenario where development could be allowed in an area of local separation. And that's contrary and contradictory and counterintuitive to the permissive nature of the policy.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at the policy very shortly. I do assure you. I'm just trying to make sure we agree what the actual effects are before we have a look at the policy. Do you see that?
I understand that, but as I say, if you're going to draw a line through any area of proposed development within an area of separation, by definition, you will reduce the sense of you will reduce the physical distance of separation if you use that line of sight or as the crow flies. Yes,
and the decision taker, in our case, our inspector, has to decide whether any such physical reduction is materially harmful.
And that goes to the perception point, doesn't it? It's the visual dimension of the gap. And that's why we've separated out. There is a physical separation, there is a visual separation, and those two references are disaggregated, rightly so, in the council's documentation. We know that the actual minimal physical distance doesn't change, and the visual separation would not materially change with the scheme in place, given the amount of vegetation in the intervening landscape and what is proposed as part of the green infrastructure, both with this scheme and the Humble Lane scheme as well.
All right, let's look at the policy. First of all, can we look at core document 6.03, which is the core strategy adopted in 2015, and we need policy CS11 on page 68.
See if I've got it in my hard copy. CS.
Internal page 68.
Yes, I have that. I've got the policy, landscape and countryside.
Yes. Looking first of all at the policy below the bullet points, we will protect the predominantly open and undeveloped character of areas of local separation. So that's the starting point.
Yes.
And then there is an unless. Yeah.
Yes.
New development clearly maintains the separation between the built-up areas of these settlements.
Yes. I'm just turning up.
And that is a perception point.
Yes.
Okay. And then, but if we also look up into the bullet points to the third bullet point.
Can I just turn up the memorandum? Internal, it's page 68. Bear with me. Just turning it up.
Have you got page 68?
Yeah. It's 68. Yeah, I have the.
So
I've got the.
It's 69 of the PDF.
Yes, it's 69 of the PDF, internally
Yes,
numbered
I have it.
68.
It's in the box. It's in box, in purple box, policy
Correct.
CF7. Yes.
Yeah. It's a policy that deals with landscape and countryside, as
Yes.
its title suggests.
Yes.
It's the last three lines below the bullet points that deal with areas of local separation expressly, which you and I have just looked at. Yes?
Yeah.
And we've agreed that whether or not new development clearly maintains the separation between the built-up areas of these settlements is going to be a perception point. But then I was going to invite you to look at the bullet points, which we can see relate to the character of our landscape and countryside more generally.
Under this policy CS11.
Yeah.
Yes.
I.e. And the third bullet point, which is requiring new development to maintain the separate identities of our towns and villages, that's also relevant in our case, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
The text at the bottom of the policy, the three lines, talks about new development, clearly maintains the separation between the built-up areas of these settlements. We know the settlements we're talking about. But I would maintain that the proposed scheme, with the scheme in place, would clearly maintain the separation between the two built-up areas.
Oh, well, Mr. Cook, I took that as a given.
Yeah. Good. Well, we have common ground on that.
Yeah. My approach was to try to get you a secret, to get you to assent to how the inspector should approach this policy, which, and again, I think we have reached happy agreement on that. So should we have this? It's now 20 past. Should we have our break now?
Yes, happy to do that. Happy to maybe make it a slightly shorter break, to say till quarter to 11, so quarter to 12 even.
Yes, that'd be lovely.
Happy with that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, thanks, Mr. Cook. So obviously, as you know, you obviously can't communicate with your team during the break. But yes, we'll adjourn until 11:45. Thank you.
I'm sat in solo in my office, sir.
Okay, that's good. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hi everyone, it's 11:45 and the inquiry is resumed. Are we happy to continue the cross-examinations, please?
So can I just raise one point, if I may?
Yes.
I did intimate that I would take instructions on the 106 during the break. Have done.
Yes.
And as suspected, we're awaiting the position from the council on the open space and allotments before we can complete the 106. As soon as we have that to hand, then the next version of the 106 will be reissued immediately. So the sooner we get that, the sooner it gets out. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, we can go back to that at the end of today in terms of anything.
Yes, I'll follow that up at lunchtime with my team, sir, but they will have heard what Mr. Tucker has just said.
Okay, fine, thank you. Okay, if there's nothing else then, Mr. Richard, would you like to continue?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Cook, can we now look at policy CT4 in the local plan, which is core document 6.01. It's on internal page number 109 or page 116 of the PDF file for those looking at it on a screen.
Yeah, could you just run me through that again, please?
Yeah. Are you looking at it on a screen?
Yes, I am now. Yes.
Yeah. Page 116 of the PDF file.
116. Is that the core document?
No, it's core document 6.01.
Yes.
And if you're looking electronically, if you put 116 into the page number and hit return, you should alight upon policy CT4.
Yes, I have CT4.
Good.
Yep. I also have it set up in my group.
It does, and it does two things. It tells us where on the proposals map we can find the areas of local separation, and they're listed in the policy as A to M.
Yes.
And we're D. That's uncontroversial. And then the policy is, as you have said, permissive, because it says in areas of local separation, development acceptable in principle.
Yes.
And then it says, and then it has a caveat, only permitted where, and then 3 things for the inspector to take into account: location, scale, and design. Well, in our case, design perhaps not so relevant, because this is an outline, and design is for later, isn't it?
Scale and design are addressed in the officer's report, and the officer considered that it was comparable to adjacent areas of Sileby. So I think we're down to location.
Well, as you rightly pointed out earlier today, the scale of development proposed may well be relevant, because if it's 1 dwelling, that's a different matter than if it's 150 dwellings.
Yes, appreciate that.
Yeah. And then it says the 2 caveats, or the 2 criterion: the predominantly open and undeveloped character of the area is retained. And that might well be relevant if one was considering a proposal for 1 dwelling. One would ask oneself the question, well, is the predominantly open and undeveloped character of the area retained by the inclusion of this 1 dwelling? And by extension, one has to ask, is the predominantly open and undeveloped character of the area retained by having housing development in the area shown on the parameters plan? That's the relevant question for the inspector, isn't it?
Is to understand that second criteria is about establishing how the proposal sits relative to the undeveloped character of the area, and the area is by reference to the area of local separation.
Yes.
So it's the totality, looking
Yes.
at it in the round.
Yes.
Looking at the scheme in the round with regard to the area, the designation.
Exactly right.
Yes.
The reference to the area there must be to the area of local separation defined on the proposals map, mustn't
Correct.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my understanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the second thing for the inspector to think about is the gap between the settlements.
Yes.
And that gap should not be reduced. That must mean materially reduced, mustn't it?
Well, you would have thought so, yes. Materially reduced, otherwise you couldn't comply with the policy. It wouldn't be permissive. It's yes, it wouldn't.
Well, exactly.
it wouldn't square, would it?
No. And it describes the area between the settlements as, quote, already narrow.
Yes.
So in setting the areas of local separation in policy terms, and as shown on the proposals map, somebody in the course of plan making has reached the conclusion, or the planning judgment, that these areas of local separation have been introduced where the area between the settlements is regarded as being already narrow.
Yes, that's a fair interpretation. And
Yeah.
as I think that's what I made my point in evidence in chief, that there is obviously a close relationship between 2 settlements for a gap for the designation to be considered.
Yeah. So for example, where there was a gap between settlements, but the gap was not regarded as being a narrow gap, this policy wouldn't apply. And there are many such gaps between settlements in the borough, aren't there? I mean, not every gap between every settlement is covered by an area of local separation designation.
Correct.
Yeah. And so the inspector will need to decide whether or not the predominantly open and undeveloped character of the area is retained, and there's been a material reduction in the gap between the settlements. And he's well equipped to do that, not least by having a look at core document 2.04, which is
Would you like me to turn that up?
Yes, please.
So I can put this policy CT4 away.
You can.
Right. So policy again, please.
Core document 2.04.
204.
Which is a file headed Visuals A4. That,
Yes.
that the inspector's seen before in Mr. Higson's evidence in chief. Now, I'm going to ask you questions about perceptions in a minute by reference to your most recent verified views document.
Yes.
But for this purpose, just to get a feel for what will be going on in terms of policy CT4. If we look at the third page in that document,
That's taken from the Cossington Road looking north.
Yeah, exactly right. That's
western side of the site.
Yeah. And if one then hovers between page 3 and 4 on the screen by flicking the mouse wheel or whatever device one's using, you can see what happens when the development is superimposed on the photograph, can't you?
Yes, you can see the introduction of the built form in front of the existing built form hard edge of Sileby, together with some tree planting.
Yeah, and what that does to the already narrow gap.
Right, the point you're making, sorry,
Well,
I don't follow.
The point that I'm making, if you do the exercise between page 3 and page 4, and then again between page 5 and page 6.
Yes. Yes. At both locations, you're within the settlement of Sileby already, aren't you?
Yes, but I'm concerned at the moment about the effect on the gap.
Yes, but at this point, you're at the southern point of the settlement of Sileby. You're looking north towards Sileby, not towards Cossington. And if you turn round and you were to look due south down the road in the direction of Cossington, you wouldn't be able to appreciate Cossington because of the built form and vegetation in the intervening distance. That's the sense of gap, because here you're still on the edge of the settlement at the lower point of Sileby.
All right. Well, let's just try and get. I'm going to come to perceptions in a moment, but I'm just trying to make sure that we agree what's going to be happening in the gap. Go to page 11, would you? That shows both Sileby and Cossington in it.
Yeah. Could I just clarify on the point I've just made, if I may? This would be more significant if the arrival point were further to the north, in the northwestern corner of the site, adjacent to Chalfont Drive, where Mr. Higson was asserting that was the arrival point or the departure point from Sileby. Now, in that context, if the inspector were to accept that line of argument, then what we're looking at here, then there would be a material encroachment into the area of separation, which may be material in terms of having an impact on that sense of separation, but that's not the case, I would maintain here. No, well, because the location from where we're stood looking at these viewpoints, you're still at a location at the southern point of the settlement of Sileby, and you're looking north towards Sileby. Right. So you haven't really departed Sileby and gone into the gap. So whilst there is built form, and I've accepted that there is incursion and encroachment into the area of separation, this doesn't materially change the actual and perceived sense of separation between the two settlements.
All right, let's focus on the actual separation and go to page 11, please.
Page 11 of these visuals.
Yes.
Right, that shows an axonometric.
That shows a bird's eye view.
Yes.
And with Sileby on the left
Distorted,
and Cossington.
yes.
Sileby on the left and Cossington on the right.
Yes.
And the actual gap.
But this is a highly distorted.
No,
image,
Mr. Cook, we're going to take much longer than we need to if you don't listen to my questions. The actual gap is the field, isn't it?
The gap is the field and all the rest of the area of local separation, which isn't shown on this plan.
No,
it's showing part of the separation, isn't it? The gap.
Yeah. All right. But then go to page 12.
But before we do that, can I just point out, when you look at this plan, it's highly distorted because what it's showing is the foreground and the middle distance of one field, which is part of the gap. But what it's not doing is it's distorting the perspective in terms of the relationship between the two settlements. And you can see that distortion on the right hand side of the image.
Yeah. Right. So, now go to...
And the final point is nobody, unless you're in a glider passing over the site, no one is ever going to appreciate the site, appreciate the sense of separation between these two settlements from a perceptual perspective, a visual perspective, because that is ground based. This is an aerial perspective.
I'm trying to establish, Mr. Cook, what the effect will be on actual separation. I told you I'm going to come to perceptual separation in a minute, but the actual separation is illustrated by that field. And if you go to page 12,
yes,
the gap between the two settlements is clearly reduced, isn't it?
Yes, there is encroachment into the gap, but the point is the minimum separation distance between the two settlements remains unchanged, and you can see that in here. And the other point you need to look at is the perception, which is a visual dimension, and that can only be appreciated on the ground from public vantage points, not from some hypothetical aerial perspective.
Yeah,
this is highly distortive of the actual situation.
The remaining gap will now become the green infrastructure, public open space, variously described, isn't it?
Along with all the rest of the gap, as per the policy CT4, the undeveloped character of the area, which is the wider gap, which you cannot see on this, it's clipped off.
Yeah. Because
this photo is solely framed and referenced towards the site.
Well, I'm assuming your clients,
which is part of the area of separation.
Yeah, Mr. Cook, I'm assuming your clients put these documents in with the planning application for a purpose.
Yes, but we're having a specific discussion about the actual and perceived sense of separation. These are illustrative illustrations to indicate the type and form of development. We're discussing a very specific point, and what I'm saying is that using these documents, this plan, an illustration, has to be treated with some degree of caution because for the reasons I've explained. Okay.
Can we now switch to what to the area of green infrastructure, the public open space?
Is this another one of the visuals that you're taking me to?
No.
Okay. So,
but you might want to have the visual in front of you. We've had illustrated, and I accept that it's all to be fixed on at Reserve Matters.
Yes.
People will have access to this land, won't they?
Yes, the whole area of the green infrastructure, as I understand it. Yes.
Yes, and I don't think it's intended that there should be signs up saying "keep off the grass" or "keep to the footpaths" or anything of that nature.
No, not as far as I'm aware, but I would imagine that most people would tend to use the footpaths as they're proposed, and the wider area would be used as informal recreational.
Yeah, so people can picnic on it. they can throw frisbees. They could even kick a ball about.
Yes, in theory, yes.
Yeah.
It depends, but what I would say is that I think all of that would be subject to detail consideration and design, informed by a LEMP, a landscape and ecological management plan, and to be agreed with the council, and obviously wholly within the control of the council in that regard. So it may be the case, or it may be that you might have a scenario where those footpaths are used for, those informal routes are used for recreational and access and circulation. But some of those areas of wildflower, grassland, meadow may be potentially grazed, for example, in which case you might have some stock-proof fencing, low-key stock-proof fencing, and those areas may be cordoned off for grazing, for example, for sheep. So yes. I think all of that detail, we're into a degree of a speculation, but subject to agreement through a LEMP, I would have thought. But
yes, but you see, Mr. Cook, you've assessed it, and I noted how you described it. You described it as a rural parkland, whereas in fact the intention is that it will become a recreational resource for the people of Sileby and the people of Cossington, won't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
but the two are effectively compatible in terms of rural parkland and it being a recreational resource.
Yes, and it will be read as such. It will be read as a town park.
No, not at all. You can design that. Again, this comes down to detailed design, doesn't it? But I would hope, in terms of how the illustrative master plan has shown, that this is designed to be very much informal, what I would describe as naturalistic, so that your areas of planting would be naturalistic in form. They wouldn't be highly managed. You would have the introduction of native hedgerows, the introduction of native trees groups, standard trees in the hedgerows, native trees as clumps, and then you've got the wildflower meadow areas. Now, if you design all of that area, green infrastructure, in a naturalistic form, then it would read as any other part and parcel of the countryside. And in many respects, what the inspector would have seen on the western side of Cossington Road, taking the footpath from Cossington Road down to Cossington, Cossington Road down to Cossington, was a route through grazed fields, defined by naturalistic hedgerows and trees. So this would be wholly in keeping and in character, and would be, I think, no different in character and appearance in general terms than what you have on the other side of the road. I wouldn't describe the west side of Cossington Road as a town park.
Well, we'll come back
as countryside.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that as the I've clearly got your point and the way you've assessed it. And we may come back to that with the planning witness. Can we now look at trying to understand why the gap needs to be protected?
Yes.
And can we go to core document 6.06 to start with? And this is the Charnwood Borough Council Green Wedges, Urban Fringe, Green Infrastructure Enhancement Zones and Areas of Local Separation Methodology and Assessment Findings Report, 22nd of March 2016 by Arup.
Yes, I've got a lot of that in a hard copy, so
okay,
I'll turn to the electronic copy, but let's see how we go.
Well, I want you first to go to page 68, internal page 68, which is PDF page 71.
No, I don't have that particular page. Right, let me just turn it up. 606. '68.
Well, we can see the existing gap in the plan in green and the proposed extension in mauve, I'll call it.
Hang on page 68 on the
PDF page 71, the 71st page of the electronic file, which is
Yes, I have
internally
it
numbered
now.
page 68.
Yeah, I have the area separation D. Yes, I have that.
So that's the area of separation, and there's the move extension proposed.
Yes, that's what we talked about. Yes.
Can you go back to page 43 now?
Nothing else on 68. Okay, fine.
No, not for the moment.
43. Areas of local separation 512. Paragraph 512, section 512.
Do you mean page 43 of the actual document?
I mean page 43 of the actual document, so it'll be page 46 of the electronically.
Yes, I have that now. Yes.
And then we can see in this table.
Purpose score.
Yeah, purpose score. It's the text in purpose score for ALSD I want to draw your attention to. Moderate, provides the gap between Sileby and Cossington, preventing further river development along Cossington Road and ensuring that the integrity of the gap is maintained. Well, firstly, one purpose was to prevent further ribbon development along Cossington Road, but it's not just that, is it? It's also to maintain the integrity of the gap.
Yes, there are two parts. One is to prevent further ribbon development, and secondly, to ensure the integrity of the gap is maintained.
Yeah.
And
but it's not my point to you is it's not simply an anti-ribbon development purpose.
No, there's a separate limb which is about maintaining the integrity of the gap.
Yeah.
Which this proposal I consider does.
Okay.
So the first part identifies that there is already ribbon development, hence that limb which is identified on the settlement boundary, which the inspector and I mentioned earlier. So you've got that southern protrusion of the settlement. That's the ribbon development, and this is a policy which seeks to prevent further ribbon development.
Yeah, and then lastly, in this document, if you can go to internal page 86 or page 89 electronic.
Yes, just another point to observe, if I may, sir, with regard to that description, the ALSD, it identifies the purpose score as being moderate, but that is being applied to the totality of the area of local separation, not specifically the site. And I've differentiated between the site and how it's fulfilling the role in terms of the area separation, noting that it has a limited role in terms of working towards the purpose, where there's an overall scoring of moderate for the whole site.
Yeah. All right. Then go to page 86, please, or the 89th page of the electronic file.
89th, just bear with me. Yes, I've got ALSD.
Yeah, and then this is Arup's recommendation about extending it to the west of the west. Yes.
If I just let me read it, please. Yes, so it has it. Yes, it makes recommendations to extend westward. It would enhance the integrity and the logic of the designation, which I would agree with. It would also ensure that the narrow gap is not compromised.
Correct. So so Arup there also expressing a view that the gap is narrow, and you agree with that, I think.
Well, that's the wording of the policy, isn't it? That you took me to earlier.
Yes.
All of these gaps are narrow by definition. That's the reason why they have designation. That's the reason why the designations are in place.
Yes, but this is Arup review, seeing if there's any need to review these gaps, and it's Arup expressing a view, including their judgment that the gap between Cossington and Sileby is narrow.
At the risk of repeating myself, yes, I accept that. The reason why we have an area of separation designation in place here is because the council see that there is a narrow gap between the settlements. The point before the inspector here is, and I would maintain, is that with the scheme in place, it doesn't materially reduce that sense of narrow gap that exists between the two settlements.
Okay. Next.
What this recommendation is doing is identifying that there is an area of land which lies between the two settlements, which isn't designated, falls under the general countryside land use, and effectively a proposal could come forward there, which currently isn't designated, which could potentially compromise the gap. What this recommendation is doing is identifying that if you apply the designation and extend it further westward, first of all, it would be more logical, but secondly, it protects another area that does fall within the gap between the two settlements.
Yeah, no, I entirely agree. Entirely agree, Mr. Cook, with your interpretation. You won't hear me submit anything different. Next, can we go to core document 6.09, please?
Just bear with me.
Which is the LUC or LUC.
Yes, it's just loading.
February,
just bear with me.
February 2021.
Yes, page, please.
Right, start off on, now there are no internal page numbers, so we're all on electronic pages, and it's at 99 at first, please.
Okay, just bear with me. I can't go through this too quickly. It's very sensitive touchscreen.
And you should have an OS base with some red areas marked on it.
Yes. Okay. Getting that. 99.
Sorry, what was the page again, Mr. Richards?
99. It should be an OS base of Sileby.
Sileby, yes, I have that. It's identifying the site as 474.
Correct, PSH 474. And that's the equivalent of the ALSD on the east side of the road only.
Sorry, could you repeat that last point?
Yeah, that's the equivalent, as we know, of the area of local separation D on the east side of the Cossington Road, i.e. not the west side.
Correct.
Yeah, and then if we go to the next page, page 100, this is a landscape sensitivity assessment for that parcel of land, to all intents and purposes the appeal site.
Yes.
Fourth row down, form, density, identity and setting of existing settlement / development.
Yes.
And then in the next column, description, third bullet point down.
Yes.
The site plays a significant role in retaining the sense of separation between Sileby and Cossington directly to the south.
Yes.
So here we can see.
Well, you selectively quoted. It goes on to say, however, the mature tree south of the site screens into visibility between the site and the settlement edge of Cossington.
Yes,
which is what I was explaining earlier.
Indeed, but this is LUC expressing their view that the site, that notwithstanding that lack of intervisibility, the site plays a significant role in retaining the sense of separation between the two settlements.
That's what it says, yes. And
yeah.
What's well, there are 2 points to note on that. First of all, landscape sensitivity assessment is the title of the document, that page. The rating is in the last column, and when you look at the rating that is applied to form, density and identity, it's rated M for moderate for medium. It is not rated high. The categorization goes from low, medium to high, and at no point in this page is there a category where in terms of those descriptors on the left-hand side, does it take the site, this area specifically, into the high category rating? It is only moderate. So whilst there is a description there, and you're pointing out to me that the site plays a significant role, but then it's qualified. It says, however. So it's then there's a mitigating element to say mature tree cover south of the site, which is what I referred to earlier. This is on the southern boundary of the site, and all of the tree cover associated with Derry's Nursery and Brook Farm has a role to play, such that in terms of the intervisibility, the site screens that vegetation, introduces a block such that there isn't intervisibility between the site and the settlement edge of Cossington.
Yeah, Mr. Cook, you've told us that already once. My question to you was.
But my point.
This is LUC.
The qualification.
Yeah. Sorry, I think can I hear Mr. Richards' question, please?
My simple question to you was: this is LUC expressing their view.
Yes.
Which we've already seen from the council and Arup and Mr. Higson. This is LUC expressing their view as to the significance of the role the site plays in the separation function.
I accept what it says, but as I said, you have to read the full bullet point notation, which has a caveat in there and then goes on to say, it says, however.
Yeah,
so
well,
noting that, as I've said, there isn't intervisibility, or there isn't material intervisibility between the site and Cossington to the south, which goes back to my point that the site has a limited role to play, has a weak role to play in terms of the functionality of the designation. And even with that description, if that was so significant, then in terms of the far column rating, it would rate it high in terms of sensitivity, but it doesn't. It rates it as being moderate.
Well, as you said,
that's the highest bar.
As you said, Mr. Cook, that's a landscape sensitivity assessment. It's not that moderate is not an assessment of the function that the site plays in the role of separation, is it?
Well, with due respect, it's specifically dealing with that particular point because it's talking about intervisibility and the relationship between Sileby and Cossington. It's informative, and it's talking about the setting of existing settlement and development. So it is relevant, isn't it? It's why you've taken me to it in the context of our discussion about the area of local separation.
All right, Mr.
It's informative.
Mr. Cook, next, can we go to core document 6.10, please? 6.10.
6.10.
And this is the Charnwood Landscape Sensitivity Assessment of July 2021.
Yes.
Now, this, I think, is an internal council document. It's not produced by consultants, so far as I understand it. Is that how you understand it?
That's my understanding, that it is a borough council document.
Yeah, that's right. So to be fair to you, I just wanted to make...
That's my understanding, but publicly available. It's an internal document, but publicly available.
Exactly right. And then if we go, please, to page 22. Internally numbered 22, 23 if you're looking for the electronic page.
Yes, this is 474.
Again, which we're familiar with. It's in effect it's the appeal site.
Yes.
And then if we go down to page 24 or the 25th electronic page, we can see that it's assessing a development proposal. Currently outlined planning application, land east of Cossington Road, Sileby up to 170 dwellings. That's the appeal application, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And then at bottom of that page, a heading, local plan evidence findings. And then on the next page, third paragraph down, beginning with the landscape sensitivity assessment, identifies the role of the site in separation as significant. And that's the landscape sensitivity assessment we've just been looking at, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And then wait a minute, and then go further down that page to conclusion.
Yes.
The settlement edges of Sileby and Cossington are physically very close, yet there remains a clear sense of separation provided by the area of local separation. That's the judgment of the author of this report. Would you agree with that judgment?
With the last statement?
Yes, that first sentence.
The settlement edges of Sileby and Cossington are physically very close. That's accepted that it's in the context of the area of local separation. But it goes on to say there remains a clear sense of separation, that yet there remains a clear sense of separation provided by the area of local separation. So that's talking about the whole designation at that point.
Yes.
So
the baseline judgment is that without any development proposed by your client, the settlement edges are physically very close, but nevertheless a clear sense of separation remains. That's the baseline. That's the judgment on the baseline position as it is now.
Yes, and that's the case with. I'm maintaining that that would be the case with the proposal in place.
I understand
that, but what you need to carefully read that, because it talks about there remains a clear sense of separation provided by the area of local separation, and that's referring to the totality of the ALS, which includes land to the west of the Cossington Road. So that has to be taken into account in this context, because it then goes on to say, qualifies it, the site is the entire eastern portion, in terms of the red line, of the ALS.
Yeah. And then the second,
there's a qualification there, but the first sentence is making reference to the totality of the ALS.
Yeah, and then the next paragraph begins, the landform of the site as it rises to the east, etc., makes it prominent and particularly sensitive to change. The site is the last significant area of open rural landscape between the two settlements of Sileby and Cossington. As a baseline, that's an accurate description, isn't it?
No, that's not the case, actually, because it's looking at this in isolation. It says that the site is the last significant area of open space between the two settlements, but we know that you've got to look at the totality of the ALS, take that into account. And what this doesn't do in any detail is look at the broader context of the ALS, which is the greater proportion of land to the west of the Cossington Road. So that needs to be taken into account. And it's that area which is effectively, it refers to as the last, quite sure what you mean by the last, but the area to the west of the road is significant. That needs to be taken into account, because that is also relevant. All
right. So in other words, you're saying, well, no, I'll leave it to submissions. Now, so far as the next paragraph is concerned, development of this site, I have no doubt that you disagree, Mr. Cook. That's correct. And that's one of the issues that the inspector has to wrestle with between the council's assessment and your assessment.
Yes, it says it would alter the larger, more significant eastern part of the ALS. So it's recognising that the ALS is more extensive than just this area, changing land use, nature, and character from its open rural agriculture to urban housing and urban green space. But that is predicated on the basis of the green space being urban. Now, we're all very familiar with green spaces in urban areas, and we would know urban green space if we saw it, and you'd say that was part of a townscape environment, perhaps. But that isn't the proposal here. The intention and I appreciate it's illustrative, but the master plan gives an indication as to how that green infrastructure would be laid out and designed and intended to appear. And as I've articulated, the intention is that it would be naturalistic in appearance, not dissimilar to the other side of the road, and would read as countryside. So I think care has to be taken with this note, because it is making the assumption that the green infrastructure is urban green space, and that isn't the intention with this proposal.
No, well,
and therefore you'd have a different set of consequences. This may indeed, if you had urban space with the development, might have a material effect upon, but that isn't the case what's proposed here. It's naturalistic and designed to be countryside, designed to be rural in character. What is...
Well, Mr. Cook, I'm pausing there, not because I'm wanting you to say anything else, but I'm just writing down what you just have said.
It's fine. So it is qualified by saying urban, and that isn't what is proposed here.
All right.
The other point I was going to make is that the description and the analysis that's set out in this section under PSH 474 it's interesting that when you read the analysis, what is significant is what is absent from the description here, because it's dealing with the site and it has the proposal in mind, which is set out on the physical page 24. But what it fails to really produce in terms of any evidence is the relationship, the physical and visual relationship between this site, Sileby, and Cossington.
Well, Mr. Cook, Mr. Cook, with respect, I didn't ask you about that. If Mr. Tucker wants to take you back to that in re-examination, no doubt he will. But we do need to make progress and answer the questions I am asking you.
I understand that, but I'm qualifying the answer I gave you, that when you look at this document and this section of the document, you look at the photo view analysis, it's looking, the photographs and the text talk about the strong relationship between the site and Sileby. That comes through the text, that comes through the photographs. There isn't any analysis with regard to the site and how it relates to Cossington or line of sight towards Cossington. It's absent, which goes back to my point that the site is more as a stronger physical visual relationship with Sileby than with Cossington, or the sense of separation and the distant Cossington village to the south. And that is really striking in this analysis.
Mr. Cook, I now want to switch attention to one of your documents, and it's your verified view documents, and the latest one we have is either at ID 7, Inquiry Document 7, or I think it also appears at Core Document 10.40. It's the update to your Appendix 4.
Yes, I've got ID 7. Thank you.
And if we look first of all at the location plan on the 4th page of the document.
Yes.
We can see that it identifies viewpoints 2, 6, 7, 9, and 10.
Yes, I have that.
And just to assist the inspector, the lane on which viewpoints 10 and 9 are situated, and indeed viewpoint 7, that's got those grey lozenges on it to indicate the Leicestershire Round route.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, good. And then the approach, as we can see, if we look at the 8th page is for each of those viewpoints.
Page 8 is viewpoint 2?
Yep, viewpoint 2.
Yes.
And it tells us for each viewpoint, the methodology tells us what the viewpoint is, and that it tells us in each case the viewing distance is 30 centimeters.
Yes, that's normal. Yes.
Yeah.
Fairly standard.
And figure 5.2 on the 9th page again tells us the viewing distance of 30 centimeters.
5.2.
2,
Yes,
page 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's year 1. Yes.
And that's year 1.
Yeah.
And again, the inspector's been on site. He's got these as an aid memoir, and what he can see is the effect. Year 1 is illustrated, and then year 15 is illustrated. The year 15, in effect, the hedge alongside the Cossington Road is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of screening views, isn't it?
In this particular context, yes, but it's not unusual for a hedge to be maintained at 2-3 meters, commonplace in the locality.
Yeah.
But clearly that would focus views along the alignment of the Cossington Road rather than into the site itself, as per the year 15 photo montage.
Yes. If we go back to page 8 and the existing baseline view.
But even if you,
no,
even
Mr.
if
Cook,
that hedge,
Mr. Cook, just go back to the baseline view.
I have that. Yes.
Yeah. And the notional receptor is quite easily able to appreciate in this view that Cossington and Sileby have separate identities as settlements.
In
That's
this
correct,
view,
yeah.
well, you can't appreciate. You can see Sileby.
Mr. Cook, what's the answer to my question, please?
Well, I'm going to answer the question in that the western side of left-hand side of the view, you can see the hard urban nature of Sileby, but you can't appreciate the identity of Cossington from this location.
No, but the receptor will know that Cossington is to the right.
No,
you don't accept that.
That out of sight. You can't appreciate Cossington to any material degree from this viewpoint location.
Right. So you well, the inspector's been there. He will understand. But okay. Let's go to viewpoint 6 then. Let's go to viewpoint 6.
So we've got the context view to start with.
Yes.
6.1.
And then we've got, and that includes a perception that there is an open field between Cossington, between Sileby, which can be seen on the ridge line in the left-hand part of the view, and Cossington is to the right. We can see the barns at Brook Farm, and Cossington, we know, is to the right of that, don't we?
Well, it's a long way right, isn't it? It's about 90 degrees off in terms of.
And then if we go to the year 1,
it's a southeastward view rather than a northeastward view towards, if you want to view towards Cossington.
But the user of this footpath, Mr. Cook, doesn't have tunnel vision, do they?
No, they have 360-degree sequential viewing experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the effect on in year 1 is in effect, well, the filling in of the gap of the appeal site, the open field of the appeal site.
Well, in terms of the appeal site, you can see a small proportion of it on the far side of the Cossington Road. And you can see between the Cossington Road hedge and then the field is framed by the existing residential properties of Sileby further up the slope, forming the ridge and the skyline in this view. There's a very small element of the field that is visible. And if you introduce the built form as in per viewpoint year one, which is 6.2, you can see the difference.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that the real sense of separation between Sileby and Cossington is not that far field, because it's the foreground and the middle distance. It's the fields to the western side of Cossington Road, because Sileby and the edge of the area of separation and the start of Sileby are those residential properties in the middle distance, this side of the Cossington Road. And what we're looking at with the introduction of the built form is houses that are located beyond those existing properties and the settlement edge of Sileby in the middle distance. So yes, there is a change in the view, but the general composition and arrangement of Sileby and how it relates to the area of local separation doesn't materially change with the proposed scheme in place.
All right, that's your judgment. The inspector, I will invite to reach a different judgment, but he's not going to be assisted by us arguing about it any further, Mr. Cook.
Well, that's the advantage of the visualizations before the inspector.
Yeah, well, and he's also been out on site.
He has.
Now,
had that benefit, yes.
let's go to the other side, to viewpoint 9, which is on page 20, or the 20th. Oh no, it is page 20. It's numbered in the bottom left-hand corner.
This is from the Humble Lane Bridge.
The railway lane bridge. Yeah, the railway bridge. And that's the existing view. But as well as the appeal scheme, we've also got in figure 5.2 the Humble Lane scheme overlaid.
5.2. Sorry, is that the
8.2.
I've got view. Right. Okay. Sorry. Yes. 8.2. Yes.
8.2 viewpoint 9.
Yes. You threw me with saying 5. Thank you.
Yeah. No. Sorry. It was so small on my screen. I misread the 8 as a 5.
That's fine. Yes, I have that 8.2. This shows the Humble Lane scheme.
Yeah, and the Humble Lane scheme will be part of Cossington, won't it?
Yes. It'll read as part of Cossington.
Exactly right. It'll read as part of Cossington.
Yes.
So then when we can see through the trees the current southern settlement edge of Sileby.
Yes, you can. Yes, in the winter scene, you wouldn't in the summer with
No.
leaf foliage in place.
And the effect of moving to figure 8.3 proposed view at year 1.
Yes.
Is that the southern edge of Sileby creeps down the slope towards Cossington.
Marginally, yes, when you compare the two.
I won't quibble over degrees.
Well, when I say marginally, because
in this view, my question is. My question.
So hang on, sorry. There's a lot of talking over each other. I think there needs to be some. I don't know if Mr. Cook needs to qualify that before we move on, or.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I said marginally because if you compare between the existing baseline, which is 8.2 and 8.3, and you see, given that this is a winter scene, so you've got no foliage on the trees beyond the Humble Lane site, and where the watercourse is, you can see through to a field, which is the site. But if you look at year 1, you can see that the integrity, the southern part of the field and the lower slope is clearly still visible. And the residential proposed development area would sit on the upper part of that green slither. So that's the reason why I qualified it and said marginal.
All right.
Thank you.
And no doubt if people were throwing frisbees or playing football or walking their dogs, you'd see them too.
as you would do in the foreground associated with Humble Lane.
Yeah, exactly right.
In the landscape corridor, not within the retained arable field.
Yeah. Well, and then if we go to viewpoint 10, which is a bit further out from the railway bridge, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's
Yeah.
further on the track, yes.
Figure 9.2 introduces the Humble Lane development.
Yes, it does. Yes.
And then if we look to the right, we can see the existing edge of Sileby in figure 9.2, and then add in the proposed development at figure 9.3.
Yes, that's correct.
And the effect again is that Sileby is in effect moving towards Cossington. That's the perception.
You'd get the odd glimpse of a roofscape through the through those trees, as you can see. But what is striking is that between Humble Lane and the proposed scheme in Sileby, you've got a substantive area of landscape which is heavily treed and wooded that you can see, and there is a clear sense of separation between the settlements, which would be maintained. And if you look at year 15 with the further maturity of the green infrastructure planting, you lose sight of the housing associated with Sileby, and you can see that there would be a clear sense of separation with countryside between the two settlements. The proposal would, in this winter scene, introduce filtered views of some built form on the southern side of Sileby, but the general arrangement and composition of the view doesn't materially change between the baseline and with the introduction of the proposed development in this viewpoint.
You think that figure 9.3 doesn't introduce a material degree of change? Is that your evidence, Mr. Cook?
What I'm saying is that the composition of the view, if you look at the foreground with the hedge, the middle distance with the field, in the middle distance you've got a mature hedgerow and then the tree cover, you can see the rail line, the bank, and then you can see Sileby on the horizon. Where the proposed housing is proposed to be located, it's located in the same plane in the landscape, foreground, middle distance and far distance, as the current residential area Sileby. So the general composition of that view doesn't materially change. If you had to describe the landscape and the view of 9.2 to a blind person, and then try and explain the difference with 9.3, you would struggle. The general composition doesn't materially change, but I accept there is a difference, there is a change in the view.
Yes, and one of the changes is that the perception of separation between Sileby and Cossington has been reduced.
There is a sense that there is development in place, as you can see, with Humble Lane as well, but there is a clear sense of separation which would continue to remain, and therefore the scheme would be compliant with policy CT4 as per the criteria.
What's the answer to my question, Mr. Cook?
There would be a clear sense of separation.
My question was, the sense of separation has been reduced. Clearly reduced, hasn't it?
No, it hasn't been clearly reduced. I don't think so.
You think not clearly reduced?
No.
All right, I've made a note of that.
It is very fine and marginal.
Right, I want to change topic now for talk about the issue between us as to whether or not we're dealing with a valued landscape.
Yes.
Just to check, obviously we've been going for about an hour since the last break. Mr. Cook, are you okay? Do you need a break? That's all.
I'm okay, I think.
Yeah, I'll be no more than 10 minutes on this. So then I was going to propose that would be a good place to break for our lunch.
Okay, fine.
Is that
Thank
all
you.
right?
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Cock, you and I both know that the reason why the issue of a valued landscape is important is because of the MPPF paragraph 174 approach.
Yes, understand that.
Yeah, because if it is a valued landscape, the paragraph 174 tells us to protect and enhance.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And both you and Mr. Higson acknowledge that the Glivia 3 box 5.1 is a starting point.
It is a good starting point, yes.
Yeah.
In the absence of a designation.
In the absence of a designation, and if the land was designated, we wouldn't be having this argument because we could simply rely on the designation, couldn't we, in policy terms?
Yes, as like Nanhampton Lane.
Yeah, all right. But no doubt, we also now have to take into account the Landscape Institute's Technical Guidance Note 0221, don't we?
Yes, it sits alongside Glivia 3, yes.
Yeah, and that we have core document 6.28.
Yes, it's in my appendices.
Yes, I think it's in your rebuttal appendices, because I don't think you took it into account when you were writing your main proof, did you?
I didn't address valued landscape because it wasn't a matter that had been raised previously by
That's
anyone.
That's quite true. That's quite true. Yeah,
so there wouldn't be any cause to, and it's not in the reason for refusal.
No, all right.
So I wasn't addressing it.
Now, if we look at this, technical guidance note for a moment.
Yes, I have it.
And first, I'm just checking whether page Roman 4, but the first the fourth electronic page, 4 of 51, we can see the acknowledgements and the great and the good that were involved in its production. And also that feedback on an early draft was provided by David Smith at PINS.
Yes, I see that.
And a couple of dubious planning barristers into the bargain. And then we can see from the next page, paragraph 1.1 or section 1.1, the purpose, aims and objectives of the guidance note.
Yes.
Intended to be of assistance, I note. Well, our inspector will decide whether or not he's being assisted or not. And then, as you quite rightly say, at paragraph 1.3.1.
Are you? Oh, right. Okay. Yes, I have that.
On that page, intended to supplement Glivia 3.
Yes.
And then at paragraph 2.3.3.
Yes, I have that.
There's reference to box 5.1.
Yes, there is.
And that box 5.1 has been widely used to inform judgments about landscape value.
Yes.
And that this document, this technical guidance note, is intended to supplement that, as we've already agreed.
Yes, both parties have referred to this.
Yeah,
document.
and then at 2.4.1 underneath, Table 1 sets out a range of factors that can be considered when identifying landscape value in any of the contexts described above, i.e. including doing your box 5.1 exercise.
Yes. Yes.
It also includes examples of potential indicators of value.
Yeah, there's a significant degree of overlap between the two.
Absolutely.
One on this table 1.
And 2.4.2, this broadly presents the same factors as box 5.1
Yes.
from Glivia 3, with the following changes. It would be very odd if it said it's exactly the same as box 5.1, because there would be very little reason for producing it otherwise.
It's nuanced, yes.
Yeah, but the fourth of the bullet points over the page, a new factor, function, is included, which addresses the value attached to landscapes which perform a clearly identifiable and valuable function.
Yes, in landscape terms.
Yeah, but that would include a separation function, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily, because you have to take into account this is looking at landscape character and appearance.
Yeah. But a landscape that performs or is identified as performing a separation function is a function that is newly to be taken into account as part of the assessment, isn't it?
Yes, but this is from a landscape perspective, not a planning perspective.
Yeah, but we've already seen, and I don't want to go backwards, Mr. Cook, but we've already seen that the area of local separation policy is part of the landscape policy in the development plan, isn't it?
No, it's a plan. It's a planning tool. It's a spatial planning tool. Nothing to do with landscape quality.
Well, we might just. Well, I'm not going to go over everything, Mr. Cook, but will you please go back to core document 6.03?
Yes, page, please.
Page 69 of the PDF, 68 internally page numbered.
Just bear with me. Yes, CS11 policy.
CS11, it's a landscape and countryside policy.
Yes. But this is talking
and
about.
As we saw this morning, in the text underneath the bullet points, it's protecting open and undeveloped character.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a landscape and character policy. So now go back to the document we were looking at, please. The technical guidance note.
The area of local landscape separation is a spatial planning tool.
Well, you say that. Assume for my next question, Mr. Cook, that it has some relevance to landscape character.
The policy.
No, just wait a minute, Mr. Cook. I've asked you to assume. The inspector's had your answer. I'm moving on for that. I want you to assume now that the inspector is asking himself, in accordance with paragraph 2.4.2, which we're looking at on the 11th page of the technical guidance note in electronic form, internally numbered page 7.
Yes.
And a new factor, function, is included, which addresses the value attached to landscapes which perform a clearly identified and valuable function.
Yes. Particularly in healthy functioning of the landscape.
Yeah, well, then we need to look down at table 1. And it says range of factors that can be considered when identifying landscape value.
Sorry, where are you now? Range of factors.
Table 1, the title of table 1, underneath paragraph 2.4.4.
Yes, that's the title.
Yeah. And we can see from the text above, not an exhaustive list. Yeah. And then if we look down to where we were at talking about earlier, the functional
Yes.
the definition, landscape which performs a clearly identifiable and valuable function. Examples are given, for example, examples of evidence, where we read green infrastructure studies and strategies, local plans and landscape character assessments. In our local plan, this area is identified as fulfilling the function of an area of local separation, isn't it?
No, I don't think that this applies, because what this is talking about is designations, that the reference to designations here is in a landscape context. It's about the quality and the character of the landscape. If you look at the reference in the third column, examples of indicators of landscape value, it goes on to say that it talks about important and appreciation of designated landscape and its special qualities. It's about landscape character and visual amenity. This is a spatial planning tool, the area of local separation.
Yes, but Mr. Cook, have a look, please, in that list of examples.
Yes. Development and management plans for nationally designated landscapes, local plans and SPDs. Yeah,
no, Mr. Cook, go back, please just answer, wait for my question and then answer it. Look at the functional list in the table 1, scroll down, and then the examples given in the third column, 4 lines down, e.g. natural hydrological systems. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And
floodplains.
Floodplains. And then the next one is this: areas of undisturbed and healthy soils. That's not a landscape character designation, is it? That's a function that the landscape happens to be performing in addition.
No, it's about landscape quality.
Why is the health of the soil about landscape quality?
Well, it's an aspect, it's one of the aspects, isn't it?
Yeah, well, so is a separation function. I'm not arguing about you with, wait, Mr. Cook, I'm not arguing with you about the health of the soil. I'm using that as an example. It seems perfect. My question to you is, it's perfectly clear, isn't it, that a separation function is a function for the purpose of this guidance note?
No, I don't believe it is, because it's a different, it's like Greenbelt, it's a spatial planning tool, and it isn't, the policy is nothing to do with the character and appearance and the quality and special qualities or aspects of the landscape per se. It's about maintaining a sense of separation to protect the identities of the two separate settlements, such that it avoids coalescence and the merging and the blurring of those separate identities coming together.
Now, well, Mr. Cook, I don't want to go backwards, because we've already looked at that this morning. I've asked you a straightforward question, whether or not the separation function is something that you think that the technical guidance note now tells us to take into account, and you've said no.
Yes, because there is no specific reference where it says, and all spatial planning tools. It would specifically reference Greenbelt as an example, because that's an obvious candidate, and there is no specific reference to spatial planning tools here.
All right. Okay. Well, there's obviously a disagreement between you and Mr. Higson, and I will make submissions.
With due respect, I see the point is being conflated.
Okay, Mr. Cook, thank you. So would that be a convenient moment? I suspect that I will be another 20 minutes to half an hour after lunch.
Okay, fine. Yes, I'm happy to adjourn now for lunch, and resume at 2 o'clock to finish off the cross-examination and any other questions and re-examination. Thank you. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise before we adjourn for lunch? Anything, Mr. Tucker?
And not for our part, sir. In terms of my re-examination, I think I'm on 15 minutes, so that shouldn't mean too long a session after lunch, if that helps, subject to any questions you may have, sir.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, any questions at any interested parties?
Quite so, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards, anything from the council before we adjourn for lunch?
Just double checking the WhatsApp. No, we'll have may have some housekeeping after lunch, but nothing now.
Okay, fine, thank you. In which case, then we'll adjourn for lunch and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. It's 2 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed. Are we all good to go? Anything procedural? I think, Mr. Richards, you said you have some housekeeping points potentially.
Just one, sir, that we've now sent over I can confirm we've sent over to the appellants the missing stuff they wanted for the 106.
Okay.
So I hope that that'll be able to be dealt with as efficiently as usual.
Okay, thank you. Presumably a copy will come to me when it's agreed.
I hope so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards. Anything else, Mr. Tucker? No. Okay.
Thank you. No, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
So if I may just say, I took a call from my GP over lunch, just to let you know, and the inquiry know. But only my medical condition was discussed.
Okay.
You'll be pleased to know.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Thank you.
I've turned my phone off now.
Fine, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Cook. I'm glad you were able to take the call.
And to resist the temptation not to talk about your evidence to the GP. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, my GP does the same thing whenever I don't think he's ever asked me a question about my evidence or my cross-examinations.
No, we didn't go there, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Lovely. Okay, well, if we're happy to continue with the cross-examinations, then Mr. Richards, please.
Yes, just 2 matters to look at, Mr. Cook. Firstly, your assessment of the effects on the character and appearance of the area, and secondly, the effect of visual impacts. So far as visual impacts are concerned, it'll be very short because the inspector's been to all the viewpoints.
Yeah.
So effect on character and appearance. The issue, I think, between us is whether the housing element of the development will have a neutral effect, as you say, or an adverse effect, as Mr. Hickson says, and then whether the green infrastructure provision will have a positive effect, as you say, or a negative effect, as Mr. Hickson says.
Yes.
Those are the issues. Insofar as the case that was advanced to the planning authority by Gulby and Luck is concerned, core document 1.09, the Gulby and Luck LVIA, if you could get hold of that in whatever form you have it.
Yes, just bear with me.
It's CD 1.09 if you're going to click on a link on the website.
Yeah.
And page 29.
With me.
Where Gulby and Luck introduce the table that follows by telling us what the table shows and what they did in order to compile the table.
Yes.
So they went through what you and I will agree is a well-established process, looking at susceptibility, magnitude of effects, so on and so forth.
Yes.
That's a standard methodology, isn't it?
Yes.
And then we see from the final sentence, final paragraph 6.3, the sensitivity of the receiving landscape is then considered against the likely magnitude effect to make an overall judgment of significance. And then if we look at the table, Golby and Luck assessed the overall effect and the significance thereof, but broadly under 4 headings, starting off with the sort of the national level Trent Valley washlands.
Yes.
And the overall effect, both in year 1 and in year 15, was judged to be adverse.
Yes.
Yeah. And then dropping down a level, as it were, to the borough landscape character area, the Saul Valley LCA. Again, year 1 and year 15, both judged to be adverse.
Yes, in both instances, the actual degree of effect was identified as being negligible, which is consistent with my assessment. The difference is the nature of effect.
Yeah, but that's the overall judgment, isn't it? It
is the qualification in terms of the nature of effect, yes.
Yeah.
But the degree of effect is the same as what I'd come to a view on.
And then Golby and Luck also decided to have a look at the level of the local setting of the site, which Mr. Higson also did for consistency in approach.
Yes.
And he's put in a plan which the inspector's got, indicating where he thinks that area is. We don't know whether it's the same area that Golby and Luck had in mind, because they didn't actually specify anything by reference to a plan, did they?
No, not to my knowledge.
No.
And we have ID 10 from Mr.
Well, that's exactly right. You beat me to it, Mr. Cook. I was looking frantically for the ID number, and you're quite right. It's ID 10.
Yes.
But insofar as Golby and Luck might have been looking at a broadly similar local area, as shown on ID 10, again, the assessment was that in both year 1 and year 15, the effect would be adverse.
Yes, but we're speculating as to, we don't have a plan which identifies the...
No, we don't. You're quite right. We don't. We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
Yes.
And then lastly, at the site level, again, expected to be adverse, judged to be adverse.
Yes, yes.
And I think has been suggested to you before, and to use a word that you used this morning, you're the outlier insofar as anybody's finding beneficial effects overall.
Well, I didn't say beneficial effects overall. I said neutral to beneficial, and there are 2 parts to the proposal.
Well, all right, let me rephrase it. You're the outlier insofar as you have not identified any overall negative or adverse effect.
No, correct.
Yeah.
Other than where I've qualified it, so to say loss of the arable land.
Yeah, and so far as therefore the planning judgment is concerned, that we will come to in a couple of weeks' time with Miss Smedley for the appellant. But you'll be conscious that those who exercise planning judgments, like inspectors or planning witnesses, they have to weigh things in a planning balance. But your message is that there is nothing adverse in terms of the overall effect on character and appearance to weigh in the balance. It's all either neutral or goes in the beneficial, the benefits side of the planning. That's the message you're sending to the inspector as the exerciser of the planning judgment.
Slight nuance. Beneficial is the nature of effect. So we're talking about visual amenity and we're talking about character. and the two component parts of the scheme, the built form would be neutral in appearance and the green infrastructure beneficial. If I can just qualify and elaborate on those 2 points to start with, and I've articulated and set this out in my proof, sir. But if you turn up my proof and you turn to paragraph 513 of my proof, this is dealing with the Soar Valley landscape character area. And what I've already explained is that the Soar Valley local landscape character area doesn't just apply to the landscape with settlements inset and landscape character areas wrapping round, but the landscape character washes over and includes the settlements, and therefore the settlements are as much as a defining characteristic and a feature of the environment as are the fields, meadows and woodlands. And that's borne out by the description. We've got, it's distilled down to 6 bullet points, sir. And if you look at the description there, which is an overview, the 4th bullet point says visible built development on well-defined rising valley slopes. That's the case with the southern side of Sileby, and that is what would be the case with the proposed scheme in place, sitting alongside, contiguous to the southern side of Sileby. But furthermore, another key defining characteristic of this locality is the 6th bullet point, the final one, that says settlements, and it names them, and it refers to Sileby specifically as one of the key defining characteristics. And the vast majority of Sileby is residential in nature. So we also have, to provide context to this, this is identifying the key characteristics, and what is proposed is in the main 2-story residential properties, which is comparable to what is proposed adjacent to the contiguous part of Sileby, and that is a reference and is a common ground between myself and the case officer in the report dealing with the scheme, where the officer concluded that the nature of the scheme in terms of layout would be comparable to the adjacent residential, and it was specific. The officer's report specifically referred to the residential area contiguous to the northern boundary of the site. This is not a proposal for something that would introduce built form that would be out of keeping or out of character with the locality, such as something like logistic sheds. So my view is that if residential development on local high ground, such as Sileby specifically referred to, is a key defining characteristic of the area, and we're introducing another area, quantum of residential development contiguous to the settlement, so it reads part of the settlement, you are reinforcing that key characteristic. And if that's a key characteristic which is identified, then I see that as a neutral position rather than something that is adverse or something harmful to the eye.
Yeah.
The other point I would make is that the officer's report raises and specifically deals with the policy that concerns with quality and design, and that does not find its way into the reason for refusal. So the council do not take issue with the quality and design of the proposal. It is not deemed to be harmful upon the eye. So that's the neutral element, and all the other policies, including the published landscape character area studies, including the Soar Valley, and I gave the reference earlier, and including the policies in the Charnwood local development plan, talk about conserve and enhance with regard to green infrastructure. This proposal would deliver enhancement, as I've articulated and set out earlier in my evidence in chief. So yeah, that's the beneficial effect, not adverse.
Mr. Cook, you said all that this morning, and the inspector, I'm no doubt, has got a very careful note. If you want to say the same thing over and over again every time I ask a question, we'll get nowhere.
I'm providing an answer and qualifying the point for the benefit of the inspector.
All right. Can we look at?
That's about it.
Can we have a look at core document 6.29, please, which is the NCA 69 Trent Valley Washlands profile.
6.1.
Core document 6.29.
29. Yes, I have a hard copy of that.
Good. And this is the national Natural England area profile.
Yes.
Can we look at the bullet points on page 8, which are the key characteristics? Because I think that you've been referring to these.
Yes, they're in my page 24 of my proofs there.
And can we look at the bullet point right at the bottom of the left-hand column to start with? And this is the point that you've been making about settlement patterns.
Yes.
Settlement pattern, and then heavily influenced by flood risk, confining villages to the gravel river terraces. And then it says, and to rising ground at the edge of the floodplains. That's the point you've been making about settlements being on the rising ground, isn't it?
Yes, as is Sileby, as is the site.
Yeah. Look at the third bullet point under that as well, please, while we're here.
Yes.
Floodplain pastoral areas where riverside pastures are subdivided by thick, full hedgerows with some trees. And that's what you've been saying is characteristic about the green infrastructure proposals, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, but read on.
Mm-hmm.
With arable areas with larger fields divided by low, small hedgerows with few trees.
Yes.
So the
so it's a mix.
The character area contains a mix, doesn't it?
It does.
Exactly right. And the appeal site is one such arable area.
It is.
Yeah.
The change from arable to pastora, as you'll appreciate, is part of standard farming practice to lay a field fallow for a period and give it rest. There's no recourse for planning if that area of land were to revert to pasture tomorrow.
And then this character area document, as well as setting out the key characteristics, does what they all do. It goes on then to consider opportunities, or
yes,
as it so describes them here. And if we turn to page 18, we can see what some of these opportunities are. Yeah.
Yes, this is SEO 1. Yes.
Yeah. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet point down on the left-hand side. Locating new built development within existing settlements and avoiding the valley floors and bordering slopes.
Yes.
Now, we've seen that it's a characteristic of the area that there are settlements on the slopes already.
There are.
But the opportunity, i.e. what we do in the future, indicates that we should avoid any more of that.
Yeah, but you need to read on in the quote, because it says, and ensuring that the location, form, design and new development are guided by landscape character assessments, objectives, village design guides. So it talks about there in terms of being guided by landscape character assessment objectives. And when you go drill down to the published Soar Valley landscape character area, and
we're going there next. I do promise you we're going there next.
I'm just going on to say it specifically refers to the valley sides.
Yeah, well, I do promise
and rising
I'm going
ground
there next.
And where settlement is positioned relative to that.
Yeah, but so far as this document is, and this bullet point is giving us any information, it's telling us, first of all, where to locate built development. It's then telling us where to avoid locating development, And then it tells us, and where you do have development, this is how it should be guided.
With
in
reference
terms
to
of-
the with reference to
Exactly.
landscape character assessment objectives. Yes,
Exactly right.
yes, it does say that.
It's not saying it's not saying, well, avoid development in these locations, and then go on to say, well, but you can do it anyway, is it?
Now, this is in the context of the statement, the overall statement at the beginning of this page, which is SEO 1. And I think that this is primarily picking up on the point about flood risk, primarily, because if you read the last part of that emboldened statement, it talks about introducing schemes realised so that the landscape is resilient to forces of change that it is experiencing. And we all know that flood risk is a key issue.
Yeah.
Component of siting and locating residential development.
All
So
right.
I think that fourth bullet point is set out in that context, but it does caveat it and say refer to landscape character assessments.
Okay, and then the last thing to pick up here is it's something that featured previously, not in your evidence, but elsewhere, I think. It's just helpful while we've got the document open to pick it up. Page 27, if you can.
Yes, I have that.
Paragraph 6.1, farm types.
Yes.
It's the landscape's mixed farming characteristics.
Mhm.
And we can see that 25% of the farm types are cereal, typically the larger fields, and 21% grazing pastoral. Yeah.
Sorry, which paragraph are you in?
6.1.
Yes.
We picked up earlier in the piece reference to arable areas, and that the appeal site was one such arable area. Do you remember?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and this is telling us, well, the mix is 21%, 25% cereal and 22% grazing.
Yeah. And when you turn to the local document, it talks about conserving and enhancing the grazing function with no reference to arable. So there's a bias movement, signposting and direction from arable to pasture.
Right, let's go to the more local document, the Charnwood document, core document 6.16. And we can see from the plan on the third page, page 3, page 4 of the PDF,
Saw Valley.
where the Saw Valley is. It runs from sort of Loughborough in the north and wiggles
Yeah.
down towards Leicester, doesn't it? Down that valley corridor.
Yes. It's sort of a sinuous corridor, isn't it?
Yeah. The key objectives of this document on page 8 next include, in that list on page 8, the second and third bullet points: identify local areas of landscape character, describe their key characteristics, and then identify the characteristics which should be protected, conserved and enhanced.
Sorry, where is that? Just
Page 8,
yes.
second and third bullet point, paragraph 3.1.
To identify local areas of landscape character. Identify characteristics which should be protected, conserved and enhanced. Third bullet point.
Yeah. Just flagging up for you and the inspector what this document is seeking to do. And
Yes.
then
Just if I may just make a sub point there. The third bullet point refers to identify the characteristics which should be protected, comma, conserved and enhanced. It's
Yeah.
identifying for enhancement. If you're going to have enhancement, that's got to be beneficial. It's a beneficial effect if there's enhancement. If enhancement comes about, it's got to be a beneficial effect.
I would agree with you, Mr. Cook, that enhancement is a beneficial effect.
Thank you.
But you no doubt, yeah, no, let's not go there. Can we then go to page 47, please, or the 48th page of the electronic document?
Sorry. Yes,
And this is where we leave other parts of the borough and enter the Soar Valley.
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's a general a description.
I've got that. The description starts on physical page 47.
Yes, exactly right.
Key characteristics.
And page 48 talks about farming at the bottom of page 48.
Yes.
Much of the area is still farmed predominantly as grassland, either hay meadows or permanent pastures that are cattle or horse graze. There's a minor component of arable farming. And that's
Yes.
picking up on your point that the mix at the local level is not perhaps as equal at the mix at the national level.
Yeah, the emphasis is on pasture rather than arable. Yes.
Yeah.
And then again, a second bullet point that's reinforced, hay meadows are still part of the landscape,
Yes.
although they've declined.
And then all sorts of other things are described, including on page 52.
Before we leave page 48, I should just like to point
Well,
out...
Mr. Cook, I haven't asked you anything else about that. I'm keen to make progress with the questions I want to ask you. Mr. Tucker can go back to page. Mr. Tucker can go back to page 48. Otherwise, we'll never get anywhere, Mr. Cook.
Can we move on? I think, please.
Yeah. Page 52, boundaries and hedges.
Yes.
Again, a factual description. Most fields are small to medium sized with regular outline. Where arable production has replaced meadows and pastures, fields have been enlarged and are substantially larger. Cossington, Rothley and parts of Corn.
That's what's happened here.
Exactly right. So not atypical, not seen as an adverse consequence.
Well,
it's just it's part of the landscape as it exists today.
It is, yeah. but there is an emphasis on enhancement and a direction towards pasture, and pasture fields are generally smaller, and the reinstatement of historic field boundaries is something that is encouraged, and indeed in particular with regard to farm stewardship schemes.
Yeah. All right, and then we come on page 56 to the bit I think you wanted to draw the inspector's attention to, paragraph 7.62, guidelines for Soar Valley landscape character area. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and there's your conserve and enhance point in the first bullet point.
Specifically with regard to pasture in the landscape.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then look at the third bullet point, would you?
Yes.
If the inspector decides, as a result of his site visit, his memory jogged by the photographs that we've looked at, if the inspector decides that the northern part of the appeal site is a prominent location on the valley slope, and we know it slopes, we know it's part of the valley slope, the inspector will have to decide whether it's, quote, a prominent location. But if he does, if he reaches that judgment, then this guideline is directing development away from that location, isn't it?
That's a very broad statement, yes. But what
well, that's a true statement, Mr. Cook, isn't it?
It's a broad statement, but it goes on to say, because it doesn't preclude development, does it? It goes on to say any new development, any new built form on the valley slopes, and that's using the same terminology as in the first sentence, valley slopes. So it doesn't preclude development on the valley slopes, should be assimilated into its surroundings by careful scale, layout, siting and design, use of materials and associated landscaping. And that is the case And I would maintain that's the case here with this proposal. In the context of this document, which sets out in paragraph 7.44, the key defining characteristics, which talks about the fact that you've got, in the fourth bullet point, visible built development on well-defined rising valley slopes. That is the key characteristic here.
Yeah, but Mr. Cook, just read that guideline again. It says direct development away from prominent locations on the valley slopes. It doesn't say direct development away from the valley slopes full stop, does it?
No, it says direct development away from prominent locations on the valley slopes. But I wouldn't consider that the site would fall into the category of a prominent valley slope.
Yeah, well, I didn't ask you about that. I specifically said to you, Mr. Cook, that if the inspector decides that it is,
yes,
then development should be directed away from it. If the inspector decides it's not a prominent location, then the next sentence applies, doesn't it? Any new built form on the valley slopes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. But the first question for the inspector to ask is this a prominent location or not?
I think it's a fair question, yes. Yeah. But yeah, you also have to bear in mind whether the inspector sees this site as being prominent or not. You have to look at the development context, and what you have is a site here which is contiguous to the settlement, where the more prominent ground of this slope still continues to rise to form part of the settlement which defines the local area.
Well, Mr. Cook, I'm happy to record that you think that there are more prominent parts of the slope than the appeal site.
Because the ground rises into the settlement.
Yes.
And that is clear, that you can see from the viewpoint analysis that the adjacent contiguous residential area sits above and on higher ground than the site itself.
Yeah,
the site is framed by development on the upper slope.
Yes, and this will be, you say, an extension of the developments on the upper prominent slopes.
But it isn't particularly prominent in the wider landscape.
Not particularly prominent.
No, it's not. If you look at the viewpoint analysis.
All right.
If you look at the locations are from the surrounding area, and if you look at the viewpoints and the photography, you'll see that the settlement as it sits is on local high ground, and yeah, the backdrop of the Charnwood forest forms more material higher ground in the backdrop to the views to the west.
Yeah, but you see, Mr. Cook, I mean, I accept that the inspector might say the need for housing in the planning balance, because there isn't a 5-year housing land supply and so on and so forth, outweighs any harm to landscape character. But the inspector needs to know what the harm to landscape character is in the first place. So the inspector might say, I think this is a prominent location, but it's still got to be built on because we need housing.
Possibly.
Yeah. But if he does that, the inspector needs to understand, doesn't he, that this is a prominent location on the valley slopes, which the landscape objectives are telling us to avoid. But of course, as a matter of planning judgment, the inspector might have to say, well, it can't be avoided because we need the houses. But your job is to tell him what the effect on the landscape will be, not to justify the houses.
Exactly. And what I've said is you've got to look at the context of the site. You've got to look at the defining characteristics of the local character area which are set out. And there are specific references to development as it relates to topography. And then you've got the guidelines as well. Yeah. And it, as I say, in terms of the description in that third bullet point, it goes on to talk about how development can be accommodated on valley slopes.
Yeah. All right. Now, turning lastly to visual impact, and very quickly.
So Yes.
The landscape statement of common ground has a very helpful appendix.
Which one is that?
The landscape statement of common ground.
Yes.
Lord,
Which
I'm
appendix?
And it's Appendix 1 in the landscape statement of common ground. Oh, sorry, Appendix 2.
Viewpoint locations.
No, Scott schedule regarding viewpoint analysis, summary of visual effects.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I've got those.
And what it does for each viewpoint is that it looks at the three assessors the inspector has the benefit of in this appeal, starting with your proof of evidence, then looking at the Gulby and Luck LVIA, and then looking at the authority's position. And it does that for each viewpoint, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And it illustrates who thinks what and who thinks what and at what degree of magnitude.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to ask you questions about them because the inspector, as I've indicated, has been to each of the viewpoints, and to the extent that he's going to be aided by anybody's assessment, he's got a summary of the position set out there. But it's true to note, isn't it, that all of the effects are adverse.
In terms of the council, yes.
Oh no, I'm misleading you. I found some instances where you say there are no effects.
Yes.
But nobody finds any beneficial visual effects, do they?
No, other than myself. Yes.
Well, I understand your evidence about beneficial effects on the character of the landscape, but in terms of these visual effects,
yes,
I don't see anywhere where under appellant's proof of evidence anything beneficial is being claimed.
Top right hand corner of the two schedules, year 1 and 15. Last column, degree of effect neutral to beneficial unless otherwise stated.
Ah, right. So in other words,
them all.
Yes, and so they're all
neutral to beneficial for how I've qualified it before.
Yeah. So in respect of each viewpoint, there will be neutral or beneficial effects.
The spectrum is neutral to beneficial because you see the green infrastructure alongside the residential development.
All right. Okay. Whereas, as we looked at for landscape character, Gulby and Luck conclude that every effect is adverse.
Yes, the Gulby Luck report does conclude that, yes.
Yeah.
But whilst I note that the LPA have, through Mr. Higgins, identified visual effects and noted those which are set out in this Scott schedule for the benefit of the inspector, I note that in terms of the reason for refusal, the reason for refusal is centred on the area of separation, and the council do not allege harm to the appearance, general appearance of the landscape in the surrounding area, as per the reason for refusal, only alleges harm to landscape character.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cook, thank you very much. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Are there any questions from anybody else for Mr. Cook? Any interested parties with questions? Councillor Jones, I see your hand is raised. Do you have a question from Mr. Cook?
Yeah.
Okay,
I do. Mr. Cook, you talked about one of the important footpaths is the Leicestershire Round, and you talked about visual sites from part of that important footpath. I'd like you to take you, if that's all right, and ask you a question. This is from the handbook that goes with that long distance footpath produced by Leicestershire County Council. And it says that actually when you reach slightly further and look back towards the site you're talking about on Cossington Road, it says in this handbook that from Ratcliffe College, which is it's very visual. I can tell you that looking back from Ratcliffe College over the Soar Valley gives you a good perspective of quite a long way. From this lane, there are fine views back towards Mount Sorrel, across the Soar Valley and over to Charnwood. That's what it says in the handbook that goes with the Leicestershire Round. And I could confirm, having walked it several times, that that is so. Do you not think that's important? Do you not think that further views from the Leicestershire Round are important views? And your site, the Appellants site, would give us a view of houses on part of the view across the Soar Valley.
Good afternoon, Councillor. To answer your question, yes, I'm aware of the guidance, the guidebook. I have a copy myself. What is interesting is that the Leicestershire Round, to put it in its context, is a round walking tour around Leicestershire of 100 miles. And the whole guide and how it's structured is basically to identify a number of potential manageable walking routes for members of the public to enjoy the countryside. And the sections are subdivided, sir, into what it describes as village hops, i.e. that you can take sustainable transport means to a particular village, start a walk and walk to another village as a section of the walk or link some sections of the walk. But the whole document is predicated on being able to walk from village to village. So there is and the Cossington itself is a point which connects two of those hops between Mount Sorrel to Cossington and Cossington onto Rearsby, both of which are about 2 to 4 miles in length. The point I would make, sir, is that anybody taking this route are not doing a route across deep countryside, which is undeveloped, such as something across deepest Dartmoor, but is in a settled countryside. And so there is a high expectation that when members of the public are walking along these routes, that they have in their line of sight settlements that they're looking out for and expecting to turn to and arrive at. And that was a point that was made in the officer's report for the Humble Lane scheme, sir. The Leicestershire Round runs along the southern perimeter and is contiguous with the Humble Lane scheme. And in that officer's report, the officer notes that there is the Leicestershire Round running along the southern boundary, and that there is no reference in the officer's report to harm, even though there's clear open views of the proposal from that route. And the reason for that conclusion is because there is a high expectation that one is expected to see a settlement and housing as you come into the settlement of Cossington. To go back to your point, Councillor, to see the proposed residential development, it would only ever be seen in the context of the residential area which currently exists on the northern side of the site, forming the southern boundary of Sileby. And that is local ground that can be seen from some viewpoints from the Leicestershire Round from the east. But I don't believe that that would be materially harmful, or indeed harmful, for the reasons I've explained before in my evidence in chief and cross-examination, because this is a settled landscape. There is an expectation to see Sileby to the northwest, and seeing some more housing alongside some existing housing will not be out of character or out keeping with the current landscape character of the area, as appreciated and experienced from the Leicestershire round.
Okay.
Could I ask? Yes, could I ask another question as well, please?
Okay.
You've talked a lot about perception of what people perceive. The people who wrote in to the initial planning overwhelmingly objected to this development. The people on the residents on Quantock Drive talked about having a very open rural view towards Cossington because of the large arable field. Do you agree that their view will now be spoilt because of this development?
What I would note is that no residential property has a right to a view, but there is a public interest test such that properties should not be proposed and developed such that it would materially harm the residential visual amenity of existing properties, such that it would render a property an unacceptable place in which to live. I do not believe that the proposal would extend beyond that threshold. And also, whilst the scheme is illustrative, it would be subject to reserve matters if it were to be allowed, which would give the council the total control to ensure that any configuration of houses in relation to views from existing houses would be taken into account to ensure that their residential amenity was suitably protected.
Can I just say, I think the residents will disagree with that perception. The other thing I would like to ask you is, you've talked about the arable fields. I mean, I think you noticed that on that side of Sileby and beyond, that they are all large arable fields, and obviously on the floodplain is where you get most of the grazing pasture fields. And the very reason is they haven't been developed as large arable fields is because they do flood. And obviously, as a farmer, you are not going to plant crops on a land that's going to flood regularly. So I would say that's the difference between the two sides of Cossington Road. One side is towards floodplain 3, and has always been small arable and grazed land when it's not wet. And the other side has been land that can be developed into large agricultural arable fields because they don't flood as much. I wonder if you agree with that point of view.
The southern boundary of the site is alongside a watercourse, a brook. All watercourses can flood to a greater or lesser degree. So actually the southern reaches of the site are coterminous and contiguous with an existing watercourse. And that's very clear. And so it would not be unreasonable for the field to be pasture in that context. The historic mapping of the area indicates that the field, now enlarged and forming one field, was previously historically 4 fields, three fields divided by 2 vertical north-south hedgerows and 1 horizontal east-west orientated hedgerow. And so the smallness of those fields indicates that they would have more likely than not been pasture. The other point I would make is that what is proposed in creating small pastoral fields as part of the green infrastructure with the scheme would be consistent with the fields on the western side of Cossington Road, where the fields are smaller, and also on the rising ground on the west side of Sileby itself, where the fields extend up to the existing residential properties, which are also pasture, small fields, not arable.
Yes.
So the proposal would be wholly in keeping and in character with the immediate environs of Sileby as it relates to the south and western sides of the settlement.
Yeah, can I say I understand that the southern part of the field does flood, which did cause problems several times last year. And I also understand that the smaller fields on the other side of Cossington Road were part of the Enclosures Act and have always had hedgerows, but are also prone to flooding a lot. Okay, and are very wet. As we on the site visit, the field that we were talking about where the footpath crosses was very wet indeed, and that's after it hadn't rained for over 2 weeks. So that is a pattern of those fields that are on that side of Sileby, is that they are wet. Several of them are called marsh. So we have rectory marsh, we have upper marsh, lower marsh, and they're called that because they are genuinely wet. And so that is the pattern of the fields in Sileby. I will stop there because I think
was common ground with us on that point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Councillor Astor wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Yes, I can see Councillor Astor's hand is raised. So, Councillor Astor, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Yes. When you were talking about the area of local separation and the character and its use as an area of local separation, obviously you're giving your expert opinion, as we've heard from Mr. Higgs, and his expert opinion based on the landscape guidelines and assessments. Have you actually made any surveys or efforts to take on board the opinions of the local residents in the area of how they see that function and that field actually acts, and how it gives them a sense of identity and place? Would they, I think as Councillor Jones has mentioned, there's been a lot of concerns about the objections in Sileby and Cossington being perceived to be joined by development. So the character and the function clearly can be assessed in the broader guidelines, but surely there's a room for listening to local people's views and how that actually serves as an area of local separation to them. Is that something that would normally be looked at?
What I would say, I wasn't involved with the application stage of the project, but it's a standard practice for consultation to a greater or lesser degree to take place with members of the public and for comments to be taken on board. The scheme is outlined at the moment. It is illustrative and it's setting out the broad principles, albeit there's a parameters plan. But should the scheme be allowed, it would be subject to a reserve matters application, which would then be controlled by the local authority. And the authority, as the competent authority, has got all the comments from the local residents and objectors that have submitted their responses with regard to this application. So there is an opportunity for those to be channeled through the local authority in their responses and negotiations to agree matters of detail.
So you haven't actually included in your report anything? You would say that would be something to be done once permission has been granted then?
It's not a matter I've specifically looked at or addressed, because I've addressed the reason for refusal, which is dealing with the area of separation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Cook from anyone else? I think Councillor Astor, your hand's still raised, but I assume that's just it's left up from your question. Thank you. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Cook. So if Mr. Tucker would like to begin his re-examination, we're happy to go straight into that. Or
if you're happy to, sir, and Mr. Cook particularly is happy to, then I'm happy to do that. So I've got about 6 to 7 points, if I may.
Are you happy, Mr. Cook, to carry on, or do you want to have a quick break?
Feel free to grab a glass of water before we start, Mr. Cook.
I've got some, thank you. Try and control my coughing.
Good, right. Let's do things in reverse order whilst they're fresh in our memory. Can you go to core document 6.16, which is the Charnwood LCA, please? And you'll be unsurprised to hear, can you turn to paragraph 7.62 on page 57 of the PDF?
Sorry, did you say 616? No, you didn't.
616.
Right, I have that. Page
57 of 215. Or 56 if you have a hard copy to hand.
Guidelines for the Soar Valley.
That's the one.
Yes, paragraph 7.62.
Yeah.
Yes.
Firstly, when the inspector comes to look at the proposed development, should the inspector read all of these guidelines and form a judgment as to whether they're relevant or not relevant to the appeal proposals?
The guidelines need to be read in the round, all of them, not in isolation.
Thank you. We did look at the third bullet point, or you did with Malone and Friend. The third bullet point, which has 2 sentences to it.
It does.
So direct development away from prominent locations on the valley slopes. Any new built form on the valley slopes should be assimilated into its surroundings by careful scale, layout, siting, design, and the use of materials associated with landscaping. So firstly, is this development on the valley slopes?
Yes, it is, as is the existing settlement contiguous to the site.
Does that bullet point envisage in some circumstances development can come forward on the valley slopes?
Yes.
When looking at the issue of prominent locations, prominence, is that a binary issue, or are there degrees of prominence?
Yes, there are degrees, clearly.
And when judging whether this is a prominent location within the first sentence or not, does one judge it simply by focusing upon the appeal site or upon the whole of the landscape character area?
You have to look at the landscape context in which the viewing experience is appreciated, which is what I was referring to.
So if one is looking to judge whether you fall into the first sentence or not, does one look at the whole of the LCA or just the appeal site?
No, look at the whole of the LCA, and then you'd look at the site in its landscape context, in its viewing context, not in isolation.
And having done that, what's your judgment as to whether or not this should be viewed as a prominent location on the valley slopes, having regards to the totality of the landscape character area?
Having done that, I don't believe that it is a prominent valley slope. And so if I could ask you to take up a viewpoint, the visualizations, look at, say, viewpoint 10.
Yeah.
Just turn that up. And we can start off with the page 9.0, which is a slightly wider visual context to appreciate.
Let's just make sure the inspector it is with you. I'm looking at ID 7.
Yeah, I have that. So viewpoint 10.
So it shows the tripod in the top left-hand corner.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm on page 24 or 28 of ID 7 then.
24, yes.
Okay.
Actual page 24. And it's 9.9, viewpoint 10, tripod in the top left. That's the panoramic view. You can see the Charnwood Forest on the high ground and the hills, prominent slopes on the horizon. You can then see how the ground is rising up to the far right-hand side. And where the site is situated, you can see that doesn't read as a prominent slope in that landscape context. What is a prominent slope is if you look at the existing panorama on the page 24,
yeah,
you can see that there is rising ground from the plain, the valley plain, up to a wooded area, which is to the right as you look at the view, to the right of where the site is, and to the right of where the existing residential area of Cossington of Sileby is. There you've got rising ground, what I would describe as a prominent slope there, but the site sits beyond that, and you indeed, if probably the best way to identify it is to try and appreciate just how much of the site you can see, bearing in mind it's an arable field and this is winter, so an arable field would be brown, and if it were prominent then you would clearly see a brown rectilinear area in front of the existing houses of Sileby. And as you look at that scene, you'll see that it just comes across as pasture or the foreground in terms of the plain. But you can see that there is no appreciable evidence of the field and the profile of the field and its topography when you look at this view.
Thank you. Next issue, if I may, can I ask you to turn to the Landscape Institute's clarification on the issue of valued landscape?
Yes. Which document would you like me to turn
Oh,
to?
well, you've got it in two
Olivia.
different places. I've got it in, let me have a look, core document C 6.28, and I've also got the Appendix 7 of your rebuttal appendices. A helpful 47-page clarification of a table in the Glivia. And I use the term helpful with inverted commas around it.
Yes, I've turned it to my Appendix 7 in my rebuttal, so I have
Okay.
that.
Good.
So this is the technical guidance note.
Good. Let's turn to page 11 of that document if we're looking at the hard copy.
Yes. Yeah, I have that.
And the new factor which has been added is that of functional. And my learner friend took you to the third column under functional of examples of indicators of landscape value. Okay.
Yes.
That. And the thesis that was being put relates to the proposition that a separation function could be a function within the meaning of the table. Do you recall that proposition?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything in that column which relates to that to support the proposition that a separation function or a gap function would be the sort of thing that was that the Institute had in mind?
No, no. It's very clear that this relates to landscape character, landscape quality, and appearance. And if
Turn
you
over
look
the
at the
page.
example, pardon?
Turn over the page. I don't need you to look at the examples. Turn over the page.
Yes.
Second bullet point. Can you just read that out, please?
Landscape function can influence value, but the presence of a spatial designation, green belt or green gap, is not in itself an indicator of high landscape value.
Now that follows on from a section which talks about, if you look at 245, the following bullets provide some advice on the practical application of the factors in table 1. Okay?
Yes.
And if you do a word search, it's the only place in the document where the word gap appears. Take that from me, others can check it behind the scenes. Reading that clarification as to how one is meant to read table 1, what is your observation as the proposition as to whether a gap or separation function is to be viewed as being the sort of functional issues which are being envisaged by that particular piece of guidance?
No, because that's a spatial planning tool in this instance, and it doesn't relate to what this table is setting out.
Thank you. Next, can we turn to core document 610, please?
Yes.
Which is the
Landscape
Charnwood Landscape Sensitivity Assessment.
Yes.
Which my learner friend said to you is an internal document. So it's not been produced by consultants. If you were to go in the properties page of the document, it says that the author is a Richard Brown, who I'm told is in charge of local plans. And that maybe that he's just taken charge of it. Who knows? Do you know if it's had any input from a landscape professional?
That I don't know. I'm not aware, but I don't know is the short answer. I'd have to find out.
Well, perhaps that's a point we can come back to at some stage. Can we turn?
I can only go on the introduction, second paragraph, which says a report prepared by officers of the council. So it would suggest no external input.
Okay. Well, if you look at page 23 of the PDF, which I think is page 22 of the document itself. I only say that because it follows on from page 21.
Yes, this is PSH 474, the site.
Yeah. So if you look at the first sentence on that, the site occupies the land between Sileby and Cossington to the east of Cossington Road, adjacent to Brook Farm. You see that?
Yes. Yes. Okay,
just bear that in mind. And if you then don't put that away, but if you turn to CD 6.09, which is the Charnwood Landscape Capacity and Sensitivity Addendum, which we know has been prepared by external consultants, and look at page 99 of 147 of the PDF.
It's just loading.
You're going to need both of them out, actually.
That's fine. I've got a hard copy of one. This is the table.
No, this is the plan that shows you what the sites are in Sileby.
Yes, yeah, 474.
474.
Yes.
Right. So 474 shows you what site's being discussed. The site that's in this document, does that include Brook Farm or does it exclude Brook Farm?
In which document? In the
one I've just taken you to, 6.09.
It includes it.
And we know that Derry's nurseries are part of the gap. Does this document include or exclude Derry's nurseries?
It excludes Derry's nurseries.
So this document describing 474 includes Brook Farm. Go back to 610 if you will, please.
Yes.
The site which is being discussed in relation to the officer's assessment, the landscape sensitivity assessment, says it's adjacent to Brook Farm. Any idea how you reconcile those two statements?
Well, only that there's an inconsistency between them. And the core document CD 610 is identifying the site, and clearly it excludes Brook Farm. And so it says it's adjacent to it, which is correct.
Okay, well, let's assume that this is not dealing with 474, it's dealing with the appeal site. So just work on that assumption for my questions, having looked at the odd inconsistency. 610, second paragraph, talks about the middle and mainline embankments, and it says the southern edge to the field forms a boundary with Brook Farm Farmstead and Derry's nurseries. This is dominated by conifer trees which densely screen views of the nurseries as well as Cossington to the south. Do you align yourself with that view?
Yes, it was the point I was making earlier in chief and in cross-examination, that there is extremely limited intervisibility, really no intervisibility between much of the site and Cossington to the south. And that is primarily because of the tree cover associated with the intervening landscape. Which then goes on.
Then goes on. Next paragraph. The Brook Farm Farmstead and tree cover effectively screens off views of Cossington for various points along Cossington Road, and as seen through the hedge line at Molyneux Drive, Sileby. Is that a view that you adhere to?
It's consistent with what I've just said. Yes. Yes.
The fields to the west of the road confirm the rural characteristic of the scene. The fields to the west. Let's assume that's west of Cossington Road. Do you align yourself with that view?
Yes.
The spatial quality from the edge of Cossington, to the nursery is confined and enclosed with little sense of another settlement beyond. You see that?
Yes, and that was my experience, and that's how I've documented it in my proof.
And then we've got what appears to be the appeal site in the next photograph, which says exposed rural urban interface, northern boundary of site abutting Sileby. You see that?
Yes, what I would describe as urban fringe, peri-urban environment, consistent with my evidence.
Goes to the bottom of page 23.
Yes.
There are no direct views of the site or a Sileby from the edge of Cossington at the Cossington Road sign position. Here the spatial quality is confined and enclosed with little sense of another settlement beyond. The land to the east of the road is used as a plant nursery with ancillary timber yard conveying peri-urban characteristics. Views of Sileby in the western edge of the site only become apparent when approaching the entry sign for Sileby and the boundary of the village between the nursery and Brook Farm. Does that align with or differ from your judgment?
No, it aligns wholly with my judgment. Suffice to say, the only caveat I would say is that you really need to be at the sign rather than approaching the entry sign, at the sign and slightly beyond, so the north of the entry sign, to really be able to appreciate the site.
And we know
I align myself with all those other points. I agree.
And we know the view that Mr. Higson formed in relation to the footpaths to the west of Cossington Road. Look at the next paragraph. Glimpsed views of the site can be seen from the public rights of way through the fields to the on the west of the road towards the site. Glimpsed views. Is that a fair description or not?
It is, because it is only a glimpse view, as I was referring to earlier, where you've got a glimpse view of the field in the context sort of sandwich between the middle distance of Sileby and the far distance of Sileby settlement.
And we've then got the next section talks about development proposal, as my learned friend pointed out. We've got a plan of the appeal proposals, and then we've got a conclusion, which you were taken to. Do you recall that?
I do.
So I just want to understand your analysis of this as a piece of work. This analyses a development proposal in the context of a sensitivity study. Is that conventional or not conventional for a landscape sensitivity study?
It's unconventional because usually I have a generic form of development. It'll specify something like 2 to 3 story, and then you'd have a sensitivity study set against what is specified in terms of the built form. This is slightly unusual because you've actually got a specific reference to a layout, which is the inset, the photo inset under the development proposals. So,
sorry.
No, I'm going to say, so it becomes more specific.
And you were taken to the conclusions at the end of page 25, particularly the last paragraph.
Yes.
Help me with this. The notion of development of the site would have a substantial and critical effect, etc. Given the points that you've looked at before in this document, I want your observations as to whether that conclusion follows from that analysis in the earlier part of the document in your assessment.
No, because all the elements that you've taken me to on those previous pages, from 22, 23, 24, they demonstrate, as I said earlier, in evidence in cross-examination, that all of these statements and assessments conclude that there is very limited physical and visual relationship between the site and Cossington to the south, and therefore it must follow that it's the degree to which it's functioning in an area separation role must be really quite limited. That must follow. So the conclusion is rather inconsistent when you get to that on page 25. But what is also interesting is that it says the settlement, this is the first paragraph of the conclusion, settlement edges of the 2 settlements are physically very close, yet there remains a clear sense of separation provided by the area of local separation. There is a clear sense of separation, and that comes across loud and clear when you're looking at this scheme and this specific proposal. That would not materially change with this scheme in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Thank you, sir. I don't know if there are any questions which arise from that.
No, I have no nothing, no points of clarification.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you. That brings Mr. Cook's evidence to a close. Thank you, Mr. Cook, for giving your evidence today, and I hope the cough improves and you're feeling better. But thank you. I'm pleased we obviously managed to get through your evidence in terms of the programme. So thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. So then, just a few things before we adjourn for the day. Obviously, we're now not sitting until the 27th of April, when we will resume with Mr. Gould's evidence as the council's planning witness. So proposed we start at 9:30, as we have been doing with Mr. Gould. I suspect he'll take most of the day, so there's probably no benefit moving on to Miss Smedley until the 28th of April. But we'll maybe see how the evidence progresses on the 27th. And then we would have obviously closing submissions on the 29th of April. So I think that's in terms of the remaining programme. I think obviously anything that might need to be picked up in terms of any conditions or obligations, we can sort of see where things are at, where things are standing by the time we get to the 27th of April,
Yes.
and see if there's any need for any further discussions on any last bits and pieces.
It might buy us a little time on the 28th, sir. If, for example, we make good progress with Mr. Gould and we're able to do Miss Smedley's evidence in chief on the 27th.
Yes.
But I don't think it'd be fair to have her part way through cross-examination overnight.
No, not particularly fair, and also not particularly advantageous, because I think I imagine both advocates will want overnight on the 28th to sort of finalise closing submissions anyway. So there's no rush unless we feel that there's a great need to sort of crack on because of something else. But yes, so we potentially could do evidence in chief on the 27th if there's time.
Yes,
Does
sir.
that sound-
We'll prepare on that basis that that if we get to it, then evidence in chief can be presented on that day. And I think actually, given timetabling, that's more likely than not. And then if that buys a little bit of time on the Thursday to just revisit conditions and 106 with a clean start for closing submissions on the Friday, then that's great.
Okay, fine. We'll see how we get on. In terms of obviously the 106, so a note or clarification has been provided from the council to the appellant, and presumably the appellant needs the opportunity to respond to that, Mr. Tucker, I would imagine.
We do so. I know that, notwithstanding what my learned friend said, that we hadn't received that. We hadn't received it, that note, immediately after lunchtime. Hopefully, it's been received now. If not, I'm sure it will be on its way. And as soon as Mr. Wakefield's colleague can therefore make the amendments, it will be sent immediately across to the council. But we've got more than enough time to ensure that that's done without inconveniencing anybody.
Okay, and does that note, Mr. Richards, provide justifications for the contribution? So it's something I need to see as well, presumably.
I will find out because I think you do need to see justification, don't you?
Yes, I think that was something that we discussed at this session. Yeah,
I'll be hopping on a conference call when we've closed today.
Okay.
And item 1 on that will be finding out what's going on with the extra information.
Okay, so yes, it's only be useful to see that. So I don't need to see all the kind of email exchanges to and from the parties, but if there's justification from the council on that obligation, then obviously it'd be very helpful to see a copy of that. And then yes, to then see the updated 106 when that is ready. If and obviously reflecting any changes that came out of our roundtable as well from a couple of weeks ago. So I think I'm happy to sort of see something by the start of the week of the 25th of April. I don't necessarily need to see it any sooner. The previous week might be helpful, the week of the 18th, but
yeah,
certainly by the start of the week of the 25th.
So I'm taking that as being a preference for the end of the week before, and that's what we'll aim towards.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that'd be helpful. I'm hoping there's not a lot more to be done on it anyway.
No, I don't think there is. So can I just raise 2 points from my perspective?
Yeah.
The first of which is I can't recall off the top of my head, and I have been looking for it in the last few moments since Mr. Cook and the councillor referred to it, whether the extracts from the Leicestershire Round book that both parties referred to are actually before the inquiry. If they're not, we'll make sure that they are added to the core documents, sir, if that's acceptable, or added as an inquiry document, given that they've been referred to.
Yes, I must admit, when Councillor Jones raised it, I did wonder, and then I forgot to ask. So yes, if there's an extract from that hamlet that can be provided as an inquiry document, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
I've had a look. The only place I can think that there might be extracts would be buried in the consultation responses section, but it would mean opening every single one to have a look. So it might be just easier if we had the relevant pages as an inquiry document.
Yeah, I think that would make more sense than the first suggestion. Yeah. So
yes, we'll make sure that's done between us. And then the second point, sir, is without wishing to make any comments with regard to how painful or otherwise education evidence has been, I take it, sir, or rather I would welcome your indication that you don't wish to hear anything more with regard to education, and you won't be assisted by any more notes on education.
I'm certainly, yes, I think my position is I've got all the information I need. I think it's probably the best way of putting it. I appreciate these things, you could go back and forwards forever and argue facts and figures forever. Obviously, the county council has seen the appellant's response. I indicated that I wanted to draw a line under it. If something material comes to light that must be brought to my attention, then so be it. But I'm not seeking anything further from any party on education.
That's a helpful indication, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so then So the 106 certainly by the week of the final sitting, if not before. Conditions, I think, may just need to have sort of see where we're at. I'll sort of review where we're at and see if there's anything else we need to discuss. And obviously, we've still got to hear the evidence of the planning witnesses, so there may be other things that come up then. But yes, if there's time on the 28th to mop up any final condition sort of discussions, then we can do that. And I think the other two things on my list were the possible updates on Humble Lane and the committee. If there's any further information on that I need to know about, then obviously by the time we resume on the 27th, it would be good to know. And similarly with Housing Land Supply, I appreciate there may not be anything published until the 29th. But again, any updates by the time we resume. And I assume Mr. Richards has the council. So the council were asked to sort of share a draft of that with the appellants. Is that something you've got instruction on, or?
I don't have instructions, but I will urge common sense.
Okay, fine. I'll leave that with the parties then. Thank you. So I don't think there's any other outstanding documents or other outstanding procedural points from anyone, unless there's anything else from the council or Mr. Richards or Mr. Tucker.
No, sir.
No. Okay. And anything from any interested party? Any other queries or points? No. Okay. Fine. Well, thank you all for your contributions today, and we'll obviously resume on the 28th at 9:30, and look forward to receiving the various things in the meantime. Okay. Well, thank you all, and if nothing else, we'll adjourn for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye.